Welcome back, jurors. We are back on the record in FVCR 153477. I know it's been 3 days now, so I want to remind everyone that when we left off, Investigator Holst was on the stand, and the state had completed its direct examination, and now it's time for cross-examination. Mr. Moore, Ms. Eimerman, and Investigator Holst, you're still under oath.
Yes.
And Monica, I'm sorry, could I have you publish Exhibit 27? There will be several pages. Investigator Holst, good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, can we publish Exhibit 27? And Ms. Slaughter is putting it up.
'27 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator, I'm going to ask you to look at Exhibit 27. You authored this report, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I could have page 2. Yes, please. And then I would just, yes, thank you. That's the one I'm looking for. Investigator, you detailed all of the data here, what each category means. And I want to talk to you about the accuracy category. Accuracy is measured in meters, correct?
That's correct.
And am I correct if basically there's a ping on the map, there's a dot on the map, and what accuracy is telling us is that there's a circle around that ping within which you have a reasonable degree of certainty of accuracy. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in this case, accuracy is 5 meters for exhibit, or page 2 of Exhibit 27?
Let me look here. Yeah, 5.74.
Okay. And would you agree this appears to be a map screenshot taken from Walmart on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids?
That's correct.
And so, is this whole page telling us that within a 5-meter radius of a circle around Mr. Louisma's ping at that point, that his phone is capturing a certain degree that he's actually in that location?
Yes, that's what the software is determining and displaying to us there. It's trying to show how accurate it is, and it varies quite a bit from one thing to another.
Okay. And given that you understand the concepts in math of radius and diameter of a circle?
I remember geometry a little bit, yes.
I think we can at least establish that if the radius is 5.74, the diameter of that circle is about 11.5 meters.
I'm going to trust your math on that one, yes.
But you just double the radius,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Okay.
that sounds right.
All right. So we've got a pretty honed-in signal on this screenshot right here, don't we?
Yeah, according to this data, this is more accurate than some of the other ones. Like I said, they vary wildly.
And then I'll briefly ask to look at page 5. And so here we've got something more on the northern part of Cedar Rapids, on the northeast side, correct?
That's correct, by Lindale Mall.
And our accuracy is 4.7?
Yes.
And we're pretty honed in on this one, is that right, with our accuracy?
According to the data, yes.
Okay. I would take page 7, please, if you would. Perhaps you can help me on page 7, investigator. Are we on maybe the north side of Cedar Rapids?
Let me look at this here. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be. Yeah, well, it's actually in Marion, it looks like. It's Highway 100 near East Post Road. Okay. So it would be in Marion city limits.
And our accuracy on this one is 465 meters, is that right?
Yes.
And I'll ask you to trust me again, tell me if you disagree with me, but 1,600 meters is roughly a mile. Are we right about that?
I will believe you on that, yes, absolutely.
So we're a little over a quarter of a mile in our radius here. We got a half-mile diameter at least on this circle here, don't we?
That sounds right, yeah.
Okay. And then I would take page 11. So I see Collins Road on that map on page 11, and I think we're on maybe the northwest side of Cedar Rapids at this point. Does that sound about right?
It's actually the northeast side, just because of the river divides it.
Okay. And our accuracy on this picture is 14 meters. Is that right?
That's correct.
So we're just shy of a mile radius and almost a 2-mile diameter, at least a mile and a half diameter on the circle.
Yeah, that sounds right.
This is one of the lesser accurate pings that we've gotten here, I'd say.
I would agree.
And then my last one, I'd like to go to page 25. All right, page 25, investigator. We're at Lily Pond down in Amana, am I right?
That's correct.
And our accuracy here is 62.56 meters, is that correct?
Yes.
So on this ping in particular, we're up to almost a 4-mile radius, just under 4, at least 3.5.
Again, I'm sure you're right on your math, but yet a little early in the morning for me to be doing math. But yes, that's a much bigger radius.
And about a 7 to 8 mile diameter.
That sounds right, yeah.
On that circle. And this was the only ping that you included in your report from Lily Pond?
I think there might have, well, yes, there's one a little bit north of that, but in this particular report, yes. In the data from the phone, there's more, but I use these maps as a reference point for landmarks, so that's why I was using Collins Road, things like that.
Sure. Understood. All right. Let's see. Sorry, give me just one moment. So the Lily Pond ping is one of the least accurate pings we have in this report, is that right?
In this report, yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect?
Yes, Investigator Hall's leaving that report up here for the time being. Hold 1 second here. We go to page 13. Along those same lines that you were asked about with respect to accuracy and radius diameter, those concepts here with page 13, do you remember where this shows Mr. Louisma's phone?
Yes, this would be the parking lot at the park, at Morgan Creek Park.
And with respect to the accuracy here, how many meters are we within here?
Yeah, this is an urban area, so we've got a little bit more accuracy, 4.78.
If we could go to page 26. And you were asked about the accuracy of the ping of Mr. Louisma's phone out in the Lily Pond area, but immediately after that, did you record some data that you testified to on your direct examination in regards to health data?
Yes.
Okay. And is this health data that you were able to access and then compile into this report regarding the movement of Mr. Louisma's phone while at the Lily Pond area?
Yes.
Okay. And on page 25 or 6 here, this first set of steps, how many does that show?
320.
Okay. Do you have any kind of accuracy data for this? Or is
No,
that just, go ahead.
It doesn't provide accuracy data on this. There is some sort of algorithm that they use to determine this. We're not privy to that algorithm, but I would say that it's accurate enough that it's determined that it's an actual set of steps. And however Apple does that, I don't know. But it is proved reliable in the past.
And moving on to the next page, page 27. I think that's actually on the same scroll here. Is this another set of health data that you picked up in the area of Lily Pond?
Yes.
Okay. And this health data starts at 2:25 a.m., is that right?
That's correct.
And does this also show the movement of Mr. Louisma's phone while in Lily Pond?
It does. It's 251 steps.
And again, we don't have the privilege of having the accuracy data here, but what you were able to find is the active movement of Mr. Louisma's phone on 2 separate occasions at Lily Pond.
Yes, and the way Apple logs it is it actually shows it as an activity. So for instance, if you compare it to the location data, there's thousands of locations. And so that's where you want to look for patterns. On this, Apple has their algorithm fine-tuned enough that it says, hey, this was an instance of steps. So it doesn't just continuously look for steps that you've taken all around the courthouse or something like that. It actually recognizes this, according to the algorithm, as an instance. And there's a lot fewer of these instances, in fact there's only these, than there are as opposed to the location data, which is thousands of instances because it's constantly tracking your location data.
And since you were questioned about the accuracy of Mr. Louisma's location and activity at these 2 separate locations, you testified on Friday about the activation of Mr. Louisma's camera app. Is that right?
Yes.
And was that camera app also activated in terms of Mr. Louisma's phone when he was at Morgan Creek Park?
That's correct.
And was it activated on 2 occasions?
Yes, there was 2 occasions that it was activated. If you look at the data, it's 2 instances, and there's more than 1 activation, but it's 2 instances at Morgan Creek Park.
So 2 separate instances where the camera was activated.
That's correct.
Do you remember approximately when those were?
I believe one time was towards the arrival time of the device, and one time was towards the departure time of the device.
So the first instance was corresponded with the approximate time that Mr. Louisma's device arrived at Morgan Creek Park?
Yes, I think it was like, well, I don't want to say the time because I don't want to be wrong, but yes, around the arrival time.
And then the second instance was around the departure time?
That's correct.
Okay. And then at Lily Pond, was there another instance of the camera app being activated?
Yes, that was towards the end of the data showing that the device was in that area.
And what activity, if any, was shown on Mr. Louisma's device on the way back to Cedar Rapids?
There was evidence of using YouTube music, so basically listening to music on the phone.
I'd like to present to the witness another exhibit here. And this exhibit has been previously marked as State's Exhibit number 21. You recognize that exhibit?
I do.
What is that?
That's a report that I wrote in reference to the analysis that I conducted.
And does that report contain a written summary of the interpretation that you provided to the large amount of data that you gathered from Mr. Louisma's phone that you also put into data form in State's Exhibits number 25 and 27?
Yes, this is the overall summary.
And is this intended to provide an overall summary that would aid in the interpretation of those data points that you put in those exhibits?
Yes.
Is this a fair and accurate copy of that?
It appears so, yes.
And is this also a record that you keep in the regular course of business activity at the Cedar Rapids Police Department when you're performing these computer forensic analyses for law enforcement departments?
Yes.
Move to admit State's number 21, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
21 is admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
21 is published.
Now, Investigator Holst, we're not going to read this word for word, but I want to point out some areas or items within your report to hopefully provide some guidance to members of the jury when they access this report to interpret the evidence. So this just looks like a cover page, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, now going to page 2 of the document. Does this page 2 then just provide kind of a summary of how you were contacted and what initial downloading and analysis you provided of these 2 devices?
Yes, it does.
And the 2 devices are the one we've been talking about the most here, Mr. Louisma's iPhone, right?
That's correct.
And was the second device then the one Nord? Is that the one that was associated with Mr. Van Patten?
Correct.
And to be clear here, you did testify about a picture around approximately 3:36 a.m. on February 18th that showed some apartments that we identified as the Ezra apartments. You remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
Was that a picture that you were able to get from Mr. Van Patten's phone?
Yes, it was.
And are the remainder of all the other information that you analyzed from Mr. Louisma's phone?
Yes, it is.
And going on to page 2 here, after this written summary, we're at the bottom of page 1 here. Do you provide the beginning of a sort of a timeline of that location-related data that I believe that we had in State's Exhibit number, I think it was 27?
Yes, I tried to provide a more specific timeline so that you could follow it. And basically, I try to design these reports so that anybody could read it. You know, it's not as technical as some of the other reports we've looked at. This is so that anybody can read it and try to understand it in layman's terms.
So starting on page 1 and then carrying over into page 2 there, page 2 and going into page 3, I misspoke. Does that then lay out that timeline of the location data as well as bullet points regarding the health app data?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Moving down through that then is the last entry at 3:49 a.m. as far as the location data indicating the device, in this case, the iPhone 13 associated with Mr. Louisma, arriving back at the mobile home community.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then the next timeline here that begins at the bottom of page 4 and goes into page 5 here, is this intended to summarize what I believe is in State's Exhibit number 25, which is the information pertaining specifically to the photo of the female identified as Melody Hoffman with the duct tape?
Yes, it does.
Does this provide a breakdown then of what you analyzed and laid out for us in State's Exhibit 25 as far as what was going on, what was happening with that device at the time the duct tape photo was accessed?
Yes, it does.
And then at the end of this report then, does that provide just further explanation of the location where the duct tape picture was found and summarizing, again, the completion of the activity around that time?
Yes.
Okay. And as you noted in this report here, this is a summary that you gained from your full report, but is this also intended to help provide guidance to interpreting State's Exhibits 25 and 27?
Yes, it is. It's a complicated topic, so I tried to have the original data in the original report that has everything. And then the second layer is some of the exhibits that we've seen that are a little bit more technical but somewhat readable. And then this is just the summary.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State can call its next witness.
State recalls Detective Tom Peterson.
Sergeant Peterson, you are still under oath. And Mr. Maybanks, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Peterson.
Good morning.
So we called you back here. It's what happens sometimes to clarify some things that have been introduced to trial here and matters that have been brought up. So the first thing that I want to talk to you about is during your previous examination, particularly your cross-examination, do you remember being asked about a photo that depicted Dakota Van Patten in possession of what you identified as the BB gun?
I do.
Okay. And were you able to access that photo?
Yes.
And were you able to access some data surrounding that photo to show what time it was taken?
That's correct.
Okay, just 1 second. While we're getting the exhibit ready, I'm going to ask you some more questions to prepare you for some more exhibits here. Did you also do some follow-up on a door lock that was purchased by the defendant at Menards based on a receipt that was found in the trunk of the car?
I did.
And as a result of that, did you identify what kind of doorknob was purchased?
Yes.
Okay. And we saw an exhibit earlier in this case that pictured a doorknob that was found in the basement of Mr. Van Patten's residence on a shelf. Do you remember that?
I do recall that.
Was it the same type of doorknob?
It was not.
There was also testimony received in this case that involved testing that was done on various machetes that were recovered in this case. Do you remember where machetes were recovered in this case?
They were located at Defendant Van Patten's house, Defendant Louisma and Logan Kimpton's residence, and then also this defendant's Honda Accord in the front driver's seat next to the center console.
So we had one machete recovered at Mr. Van Patten's residence.
That's correct.
One machete recovered at Mr. Louisma and Mr. Kimpton's residence.
That's correct.
And then another one from the Honda.
That's correct.
Did you have an opportunity to verify as far as how those machetes have been labeled in the reports in this case, which machete is being referred to when we talk about the machetes being tested?
Yes.
For example, the DNA report and also the crime scene in this report, or crime scene report in this case, does identify those machetes by numbers. You remember that?
That's correct.
As you sit here, do you remember what numbers those are?
For the machete that was located at Defendant Van Patten's house, our evidence number is number 19. The DCI number is 33. And then for the machete that was located at Defendant Louisma's house and Defendant Kimpton's house was our number 25 and the DCI number 34. And then also the last one that was recovered from Defendant Louisma's car, that was our number 50 and the DCI number 36.
So to make sure we have this right then, there was a machete that was recovered from Mr. Van Patten's residence, and that was given the number 19 by the Marion Police Department.
That's correct.
And then as far as a DCI number that corresponds with that, that's 33.
That's correct.
So when the DNA report and the crime scene report is examined in this case and refers to a machete that's number 33, that's the one that was found at Van Patten's residence.
That'd be correct.
Okay. And then as far as the machete that was recovered in the residence of Logan Kimpton and Mr. Louisma, your testimony is that that one was given the Marion Police Department number 25.
That's correct.
And then that is associated with the DCI number of number 34.
That'd be correct.
So when analyzing the DNA and the crime scene report or viewing it, if a machete is referred to as number 34, that's the one that was found in the Louisma Kimpton residence.
Correct.
And do you remember where that was found in the Louisma Kimpton residence?
I think it was like in a closet or something, propped up against a door.
Was that found in the area where other items of Mr. Kimpton's were found, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes.
And then finally, with respect to the machete that was recovered from Mr. Louisma's vehicle that we saw pictures of in this case, was that given the Marion Police evidence number 50?
That is correct.
Okay. And was that then associated with DCI number 36?
Correct.
So when analyzing the DNA and crime scene report involving machete number 36, that's the one from the Louisma vehicle?
That'd be correct.
All right, 1 second. My apologies, I ambushed my co-counsel without having those exhibits ready.
No worries.
So we'll just wait for 1 second here. Okay. May we show the witness what's marked as State's Exhibit number 17, CC1?
I see that.
You recognize that exhibit?
I do.
Is that the picture that you were questioned about and that you've testified to, showing in the waistband of Dakota Van Patten the item identified as the BB gun?
That's one of the pictures.
And in this particular picture, does it appear that it's a picture that would be taken in sort of a selfie format, perhaps?
That'd be correct, a selfie.
Is that a fair and accurate copy of that picture?
It is.
Before we publish them, let's go to 17cc2 here. What is that?
That's the metadata or the background data that the phone produced for that photo.
And in that metadata, does that identify approximately what time that photo in 17cc1 would have been taken?
It does.
Okay, what time does it say?
10:23 p.m. on February 17th, 2024.
Move to enter states 17cc1 and 17cc2, Your Honor.
Any objection?
May I just have one moment, please?
Sure.
No objection.
Exhibits 17cc1 and 17cc2 are each admitted.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Thank you.
Publishing 17cc1 now.
Detective Peterson, then, is this what you've been talking about in terms of the picture of that BB gun in the waistband of who you identified as Dakota Van Patten?
Yes,
And does it have some kind of text inside of it, too?
it does. It says "Ye LMAO" or laughing my ass off with like hush emoji faces, the three of them.
And you said that there were some other pictures as well, is that right?
That's correct.
From this picture and from the other pictures, and based upon your investigation of the movement of Mr. Van Patten and Mr. Louisma during the time period in question, where does this indicate the picture was taken?
This would have been after they went to Walmart, but before they picked up Melody.
And based on those other pictures, were you able to determine where Mr. Van Patten was?
Yes.
Where?
And defendant Louisma's car.
Moving on to 17 CC2, then does this show the metadata that indicates that this selfie-like photo was taken at approximately 10:23 p.m.?
That's correct. It would be right here.
Again, is that consistent with Mr. Van Patten and Mr. Louisma's departure from Walmart prior to picking up Mr. Weiss and prior to picking up Melody?
Yes.
Thank you. And how was that picture posted? I don't think we noted that.
Through Snapchat.
Your Honor, we'd like to republish what's been marked as and introduced into evidence already as State's Exhibit number 18AA. Detective Peterson, you see State's Exhibit 13AA.
I do.
Is that the receipt for that purchase that that you testified about involving a door lock mechanism at Menards?
Yes, the receipt on the left-hand side is the receipt for that door lock.
And then with respect to State's Exhibit number 13M, which has also been received into evidence already in this case, if we could go to that one. Okay. Is this the photo of that door lock that was down on the shelf in Mr. Van Patten's basement?
That's correct.
And now if we could publish State's Exhibit number 19A. As we scroll through this here to the second report, okay, on that second report, is this the report then that refers to the machetes that you testified about that were tested in this case?
That's correct.
Okay. Good. Can you drop that again on the screen, Your Honor? Thank you. All right, now if we could publish what's been already received in evidence as State's Exhibit number 13EE. And again, what does this depict?
That is one of the machetes that was located at defendant Van Patten's house under a bed.
And that's DCI number 33.
That'd be correct.
And then moving on to State's Exhibit 12I. What does this depict?
That was the machete located at the Kimpton and defendant Louisma's residence.
And that's DCI number 34.
34, correct.
And then finally, 18WW. And what does this depict?
That is the machete that was recovered in the defendant Louisma's vehicle at the Marion Police Department, DCI number 36.
Okay. That's all I have for the recall of Sergeant Peterson, Your Honor.
Cross?
Good morning.
Sorry. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
I want to ask you about 17 CCC1. That's the photo of Dakota Van Patten with the gun?
With the BB gun.
You and I talked about that gun last week, correct?
That's correct.
On cross-examination.
That's correct.
That issue had not come up on your direct examination, would you agree?
I would agree.
And at one point during your testimony, you stood and demonstrated and described a photo that you saw of Dakota Van Patten with that gun, correct?
That's correct.
You did that for the jury.
I did.
The photo that you were describing in that minute or in that instance, were you describing 17 CCC1 or a different photo?
That photo, and there's multiple other photos that he has the gun in an appendix carry fashion.
And in one picture that you saw, he had on different clothing, didn't he?
I can't recall different clothing.
A sweatshirt?
Yes, he had a sweatshirt on in some of the photos.
Thank you, Detective. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The state can call its next witness.
Your Honor, just 1 second if you don't mind. Thank you.
Rodney Shiflett is our next witness.
Mr. Shiflett, I'm going to swear you in. If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Would you please start by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Rodney Shiflett. Last name is spelled Sam, Henry, Ida, Frank, Lincoln, Edward, Tom.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Thank you. Investigator Shiflett, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Cedar Rapids Criminal Investigation Division, assigned to the Crime Scene Unit.
As a member of the Criminal Investigation Division, are you a police officer?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And can you tell us, firstly, how long you've been employed as a law enforcement officer?
I've been employed as a law enforcement officer for 16 years.
Has all of that experience been with the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes, it has.
And did you have any other law enforcement experience outside of Cedar Rapids?
Military police would be the only other one, but as far as law enforcement, it would be Cedar Rapids Police Department.
How long have you been a member of the CID unit?
I've been a member of the CID unit 6 years, and then I left in 2011 until 2022, returned, and I've been a part of the CID unit now for another 8 months.
When you say you left Criminal Investigation Division, where'd you leave to?
I left the City of Cedar Rapids Police Department for other employment.
And then came back?
Yes.
When you came back in 2022, did you go straight back to the CID unit?
I did not.
Okay. And can you tell us just generally what the CID unit does?
The Criminal Investigative Division is the basically investigative portion of the police department. They're all sworn officers in civilian clothing, working cases, theft, burglary, robbery, homicides. The crime scene unit is specifically for processing evidence and crime scenes of significant measure.
Would it be fair to say that in some cases, members from the crime scene unit out of that division actually go to scenes?
Yes, we do.
And will collect and process evidence that's found at a specific crime scene?
That is correct.
And then my understanding is that at other times, evidence trickles in through Cedar Rapids or through other agencies, and the CID unit or the crime scene unit will then get involved in processing and testing that evidence.
That is correct.
Did you become involved in the investigation related to the murder, kidnapping of Melody Hoffman?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us approximately when that was?
That was October 22nd.
Of 2024?
That is correct.
And how did you come to be involved?
Investigator Peterson from the Marion Police Department reached out to our CID unit and the crime scene unit asking if we'd be able to help process some evidence for them.
And do you know why CRPD was being contacted to do that opposed to the DCI lab? Or?
The DCI lab had some updates to their computer system for their biometric identification system, which prevented them from entering latent prints into their system.
So that biometric identification system, is that something that CRPD has access to or has their own? What is that?
Yes, we have our own system that is the biometric identification system that basically has a database of fingerprints from the nation.
Every agency that uses the BIS system, are you all working off of the same database?
We are.
So if DCI's system is down, you would be accessing the same system that they would have accessed had theirs been up and running.
That is correct.
And you said that the system holds data or information nationwide?
Correct.
Okay. So when Investigator Peterson reached out to you, what specific items of evidence was he seeking help in processing?
He advised that they had some items that they needed to be processed for latent prints. The one that he brought over on October 22nd, 2024 was a roll of duct tape that they recovered from a vehicle.
When you say latent prints, what is a latent print?
The latent print is basically going to be the lipids from the fingerprints, the pattern, the ridge pattern on each individual person that is left behind when they touch something.
And when you say lipids, is that like the fatty, oily?
Oils from the skin, yes, ma'am.
So a latent print is the same thing that lay people would just say there was a fingerprint left behind?
That is correct.
Okay. And are, in general, some surfaces more ideal for finding prints?
Yes, they are.
What does an ideal surface look like?
Something that is going to be smooth and non-porous.
And then when prints are found, are all prints that are found suitable for identification?
No, they are not.
Can you tell us what makes a latent print suitable for identification?
A latent print that's going to be suitable for identification are going to be characteristics found on that latent print that have a number of ending ridges, bifurcations, different landmarks on that fingerprint that makes it identifiable to an individual.
So in a situation, if a fingerprint only had 4 parallel lines, would that be a good print or a bad print?
That would be a bad print.
You're looking for swirls and where lines come to a stop?
Correct.
Okay. So when you received this piece of duct tape that was submitted by the Marion Police Department, tell us what you do with that duct tape once you first receive it.
The first thing I do when I receive any evidence after it's been submitted through our Evidence and Identification Division, so I will photograph it as I received it in the evidence packaging that was turned over to me. At that point, I will remove the item from the evidence packaging that I received it in, take additional photographs, all of which have measurement in place.
And what's the purpose of doing photographs?
Just for integrity of the evidence.
So after you took the photos of the roll of duct tape, what did you do with the duct tape next?
So with the duct tape itself, there was a crumpled end on it. I removed a length about the size of the roll, so anybody that would have touched the duct tape with the exposed surface, I removed that from the roll. And then I used what we call cyanacrylate fuming or superglue fuming to process that piece of duct tape.
Okay. You said cyanacrylate. Did I say that right?
That is correct.
Close enough anyway. Fuming. Or you said it's superglue fuming, right?
That is correct.
Tell us what that means. What do you do with this superglue to assist you in attempting to find prints?
So we have a superglue fuming chamber, and basically you take superglue, you place it into the chamber with the evidence. Using humidity and heat to heat the superglue, it will vaporize and basically adhere to the latent print, which gives us the ability to look at it a little bit closer with different viewing systems, such as the full spectrum imaging system and the reflective ultraviolet imaging system that I utilized to process the tape.
So when the superglue heats up, it emits a fume?
That is correct.
And that fume sticks to the oils from the fingerprint?
That is correct.
Does the oil and that superglue fume then, does that preserve the print at that point?
It does.
And does it assist in making the prints more visible?
It does.
So then you say after you put the item, this instance duct tape, in the chamber, heat it up, that you mentioned that you looked at reflective ultraviolet imaging system, or you used that. Let's start with that one. What is a reflected ultraviolet imaging system?
So it's essentially a scope that uses different light waves that are emitted from the basically scope that I'm using. You use ultraviolet light and it will basically enhance any ridge detail that is located on that item. For the reflective ultraviolet imaging system, it turns it into a green and makes it easier to see.
So if fumes adhered to a fingerprint under this reflected ultraviolet imaging system, when you looked under the microscope, you'd see a bright green print.
That is correct.
What about this full spectrum imaging system that you said?
The full spectrum imaging system does very similar, although it uses a higher resolution camera system to where if we find a latent print of sufficient quality, we can photograph that and place it into the biometric identification system.
So after you took this roll of duct tape out of the chamber, you look at it with your naked eye and then look at it with these two systems to assist to make sure you're not missing anything?
That is correct.
Okay. When you looked at that strip that you cut off the roll of duct tape with your naked eye or with either of these two systems, did you find any latent prints on it?
No, I did not.
Did you find any prints at all, or just ones that weren't suitable for you to view or identify?
That is correct.
Which one of those? I'm sorry.
That means that there may have been some ridges there, but nothing that would have been suitable for any type of entry or one-to-one comparison.
When fingerprints are left behind without any preservation of those prints, can a print that would have otherwise been suitable be obscured to the point where it's no longer suitable? Like, can you smear a print?
Yes.
If something is rubbed against a surface, can that also obstruct what would have been left behind?
Yes.
And wearing, I know this may seem like an obvious question, but wearing gloves when handling things, would that prevent the transfer of that lipid oil from the finger to a surface?
Yes, it would.
Would wearing gloves while handling another object potentially obscure what otherwise would have been a suitable print?
Yes.
So the manipulation of this duct tape roll, hypothetically, with a pair of gloves on, could affect your ability to find latent prints on it.
Yes.
But you tried.
Yes.
Okay. In addition to the roll of duct tape that was found, your report noted that you were also provided with 4 knives, correct?
That is correct.
One being the white-handled knife and then 3 machetes.
Yes.
Specifically, as it relates to the 3 machetes, can you tell us what you did with those when you received them as part of this investigation?
Yes. So, of course, as I received the evidence, I photographed the evidence as I received it in the evidence packaging, notating any stickers or identification on the exterior of the package. At that point, the package is opened and photographs are taken of the items within with measurement in place.
And can you, from your recollection, describe for us what the handled area of those machetes was like?
They were a black plastic handle. Yes.
Do you recall if that black plastic was a smooth surface or a textured surface?
It was textured.
The textures that you found on the machete handles, would those be an ideal surface for fingerprints?
Not an ideal surface for the fingerprints, no.
Would that texture make the transfer of prints or the identification of prints more difficult?
Yes, it would.
And similarly, if there were gloves on a person's hand while these were handled, would that affect your ability to find latent prints?
Yes.
Did you super glue fume the 3 machetes?
Yes, I did.
And then did you view those with your naked eye with the full spectrum imaging system and then the reflected ultraviolet imaging system as well?
Yes, I did.
Using those methods of searching for latent prints, were you able to detect latent, or should I say, were you able to detect any identifiable latent prints on those 3 machetes?
I located partial prints, but no prints that were viable for comparison and or entry into the biometric identification system.
Was that a similar process that you went through with that white-handled knife?
The exact process, yes.
And that white-handled knife, just to be clear, that was the white-handled knife with the full serrated edge?
Yes.
Was there a latent print or a palm print that was provided to you to process an attempt to identify?
Yes, there was.
Tell us how you received that print.
That print was received in a brown envelope, sealed evidence envelope, and the latent print itself was recovered from a vehicle and placed onto a piece of clear plastic.
So when you get that, tell us what you do to process that print for identification.
So to process the latent print that I've received, I obviously photographed the item as it was received in the evidence packages that I've received it in, removed it from the evidence packaging. This particular print was utilized, they utilized white dusting powder to identify the print or to locate the print on the vehicle. Utilizing lifting tape, they placed that latent print onto a piece of plastic with that white powder and the plastic. I utilized a black backer so there would be some contrast between the latent, the ridge detail, and I photographed that latent print with the black backer behind it with a macro lens to get a one-to-one comparison.
Okay, so after you photograph it with that macro lens, and when you say a one-to-one comparison, is that just a very magnified photo?
Correct.
Okay, so what do you do with it then? How do you attempt to use that latent print to find a match?
So with that image that I photographed, I utilized our biometric identification system, and I entered that photograph into that system utilizing the auto minutia tool on that system, and then it comes back with 10 different respondents. I initially ran that through only the state of Iowa.
When you get the 10 different respondents, that is 10 different matching prints that the BIS system thinks could be potential matches, correct?
That is correct.
And when you get those 10 samples back from the BIS system, they don't have names associated with them.
They do not.
Okay, so you go into your evaluation or your attempt to identify blindly as far as who the subjects may be that match.
That is correct.
And after the computer spits out these 10 potential matches, what do you do with it then, those 10 matches?
At that point, we go through and we check the respondents with the latent print that was entered in an attempt to find matching points to identify that specific print to the respondent.
So you go in yourself and do a comparison to find certain whirls and loops and stopping points and try and find one from your piece of evidence that matches in the same way to the one that the computer spit out to you?
That is correct.
And in doing that, did you find out of those 10 that were suggested to you that one of them did have the requisite number of matches in that pattern that you said this was a match to the palm print lifted from the vehicle?
That is correct.
And once you determine that, is your say on the matter the end all, or is that verified in any way?
So every latent print that is identified in our crime scene unit and at the DCI lab, there is somebody who has to verify that print blindly as well. They have to do their own comparison, one-to-one comparison, to assure that the match is correct.
And the person who verified your match, did they come up with the same conclusion that you did?
That is correct.
And after that identification that was made by you was verified by your peer, were you then able to determine whose palm print was on the top of that car?
Yes.
And whose was it?
Trevor Weiss.
Was there anything else that you did in addition to the duct tape roll, the white-handled knife, the 3 machetes, and identifying the latent palm print?
The only other processing I did on the roll of duct tape was the anhydrine on the inside of the roll of duct tape. And anhydrine is basically utilized on paper for fingerprint evidence.
Tell us how that works.
So the anhydrine crystals will basically, when you paint it onto the paper surface, this being a cardboard surface on the interior of the roll, The anhydrine, when heated up and dried, the latent prints will turn a purple color. Basically, the anhydrine will adhere to the oils in the skin.
And so, because it's a different surface texture, you have to use a different chemical to find the prints.
That is correct.
When you put that anhydrous
Yes, ma'am.
on the inside of that cardboard duct tape roll, did it identify or turn any lipids purple?
No.
So nowhere on that roll of duct tape, regardless of the method that you use, were any latent prints found that were suitable for identification?
That is correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Cross?
No, thank you.
Thank you. The state can call its next witness.
State calls Corey Grote. Recalls Corey Grote.
Detective Grote, you're still under oath. And you can go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Detective Grote, welcome back. Just have some follow-up questions for you involving some of the things you testified to about earlier regarding your role in this case. As you told us earlier, were you involved in obtaining some surveillance stills, videos of first from the Walmart on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids involving the defendant and his companions?
Yes, I believe they were videos only.
As part of that, did you also obtain some surveillance footage involving a prior purchase made by the defendant at Walmart on February 17th at approximately 2:56 p.m.?
Yes.
And do you recall, was that purchase also captured on video?
Yes, it was.
Do you remember what that purchase involved?
It was a digital doorknob.
I'd like to show the witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 7Q. You recognize that photo, Detective Grote?
Yes.
Okay. And does that photo show the defendant purchasing this digital doorknob at Walmart on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids on February 17th at approximately 2:56 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit State's Exhibit 7Q, Your Honor.
I already have 7Q as admitted.
Fine, Your Honor. We didn't have that marked and before or presented to the jury, so we'll make sure we do that. But before we do that, I have another exhibit I'd like to show the witness, Your Honor, and that's been marked as State's Exhibit 7R. You see that exhibit in front of you, Detective Grote?
Yes.
Okay. And as part of this investigation, did you also obtain some video from a BP gas station that potentially would show the defendant's vehicle off at this BP on Highway 151 in Lincoln?
Yes.
Do you remember where this BP is located generally?
It's 200 Highway 151 in Walford.
200 Highway 151 in Walford. Is that within the city limits of Walford? Or,
Yes.
Okay. What end of Walford is it on, if you recall, the south or north?
It's on the northern portion of Walford.
Does State's Exhibit number 7R represent a fair and accurate depiction of the video that you obtained from the BP at 200 Highway 151 in Walford?
Yes,
And does that show that the time on the video was approximately 2:34 a.m.?
correct.
Okay, move to admit State's Exhibit number 7R, Your Honor.
Any objection to 7R?
No objection.
Exhibit 7R is admitted.
We'll start with publishing 7Q. Maybe again, maybe not. I don't remember. Is this
7Q is published.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. Is this State's Exhibit number 7Q then showing that purchase by the defendant of the digital doorknob on February 17th at 2:56 p.m.?
Yes,
Okay. Moving on to State's Exhibit number 7R then. Before we play that, is this then footage that you were able to obtain from the BP at 200 Highway 151 in Walford, that being on the north side of Walford, from February 18th at 2:34 a.m.?
correct.
Okay. And what was this exhibit intended to depict?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last part of your
What was
question.
this exhibit intended to depict then, based upon your investigation?
So we were advised by the Marion Police Department. I believe they had some type of location data which gave them a timeline and a route in which the suspects took. So they wanted us to check that Walford BP, as they thought that the suspect vehicle may have stopped there. And then we checked a church just south of the BP, which they thought they had stopped at as well.
Besides what we see in State's Exhibit, well, go ahead and play State's Exhibit number 7R here. Based upon your review of this exhibit and the instructions that you were given to attempt to locate the suspect vehicle, did you find that with confidence this appeared to be the 2006 blue Honda Accord belonging to the defendant?
Yes,
And does this show the defendant's vehicle slowly rolling through the parking lot and then proceeding northbound?
yes.
Based upon your investigation into the instructions you had, did you find any other footage that would have represented what you believe to be the defendant's vehicle?
No.
I don't have anything else. Your Honor.
Cross.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, do you have another short witness, or would this be a good time for a break?
This would be a good time, Your Honor.
All right. Let's go ahead and take our morning recess. It'll be about 15 minutes. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you back shortly. back on the record in FECR 153477. State can call its next witness.
State calls Ryan Kedley.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
If you please start us off by stating and spelling your full name for the record.
Yes, my name is Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Kedley, K-E-D-L-E-Y.
Thank you. Go ahead, counsel.
Good morning, Agent Kedley.
Good morning.
So first, we'd like you to tell us a little bit about yourself. How old are you?
I am 43 years old.
What is your current occupation?
I work as a special agent within the Iowa Department of Public Safety's Division of Criminal Investigation.
How long have you held that position?
Just over 17 years.
Tell us about your background in law enforcement. Have you had any other positions besides being a special agent with the DCI for 17 years?
Well, so in the fall of 2007, I completed the 33rd Department of Public Safety Basic Academy out of Johnston, Iowa. At the conclusion of that academy, I was sworn in as an Iowa law enforcement officer and originally stationed to work within the Special Enforcement Operations Bureau here in the state of Iowa, working primarily gambling and gaming related investigations. That was a position I held for approximately 3 years before being promoted to the rank that I'm currently at. I spent another 4 years continuing to work within the gaming enforcement operations before 2014 when I accepted a lateral transfer into what we know as the Major Crime Unit within the DCI. Which is a referral agency that works throughout the state of Iowa. And me in particular, I work within approximately 20 counties in east and southeast Iowa.
Is that then classified as like a zone that you work in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, what's your zone?
Zone 4 within the DCI's Major Crime Unit.
Does that include Lynn County?
It does, yes.
Backing up just a little bit more, can you tell us about your educational background?
Yes, I am a 2005 graduate from the University of Northern Iowa, where I received a Bachelor of Arts degree in criminology.
What kind of law enforcement training have you had generally for these positions that you've held?
So throughout the basic academy that I attended back in 2007, that essentially teaches the fundamental basic duties of a law enforcement officer here in the state of Iowa. While working within the DCI and specifically within the Major Crime Unit, the training that I receive typically tends to veer itself towards duties and responsibilities that I have throughout the course of my career, such as crime scene management, major case management, interview and interrogation, search warrant writing, and these are all different topics that I receive training in on a regular basis throughout a given year.
Is there a requirement that you keep up certain kind of hours?
Certain kind of hours?
Yeah, hours of training.
Yes, within our department, there are certain standards that, depending on what your specific assignment is, you need to keep up with on a yearly basis.
One of the things you mentioned that you received training on is in the area of interrogations.
That's correct.
Generally, what does that cover?
We tend to combine interview and interrogation into one source of training. Typically, an interview is an investigative aspect that we utilize to gain as much information as we can when in the midst of a criminal investigation. An interview can be with a subject as a witness, a victim, a victim's family, a person of interest, or potentially someone who's deemed a suspect. Typically, an interrogation only occurs when an interview goes beyond that which is just a standard interview into somewhat of a more confrontational approach.
What was your assignment as of February 18th of 2024?
So on the morning of Sunday, February 18th, I was actually attending a family member's baptism in the Quad Cities. I was contacted by my immediate supervisor, Special Agent in Charge Joseph Lestina, Lestina, who had advised me that DCI assistance had been requested by the Iowa County Sheriff's Office with regard to human remains that were found near Lily Pond. And my supervisor had requested at the conclusion of the baptism I was attending to respond to Iowa County to begin providing DCI assistance with the case.
Is that what you did?
Actually, no, it was not.
Okay, what did you end up doing?
So at the conclusion of that particular baptism, I was notified by my supervisor that an identification had been made of the decedent, being Melody Hoffman, and that given the fact that Melody was identified as being from the Marion area, we were going to convene as investigators at the Marion Police Department to begin essentially briefing on what was known of the case at that point.
So then you proceeded to the Marion Police Department?
I did, yes.
And that was still on February 18th?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Can you tell us, if you recall, approximately what time you got to the Marion Police Department?
I believe it was mid-afternoon on February 18th, just before 3 o'clock.
And when you arrived at the Marion Police Department around mid-afternoon, approximately 3 o'clock or so, what initial steps did you take at that time in the investigation?
So initially, myself, other agents of the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation, and investigators from within the Marion Police Department met to essentially establish what was known at that point in the investigation. Also, shortly after arriving at the Marion Police Department, I was advised that the mother of Melody Hoffman was actually at the police department to file a missing person report on Miss Hoffman.
Was it your understanding that she had been there for some time?
It was, yes.
Did you make contact with Megan Hoffman?
I did, yes.
For what purpose?
Two purposes. The first was to provide a death notification that her daughter had been located deceased. And then my hope was to ultimately segue that death notification into an interview of Miss Hoffman.
Were you able to do that?
I was, yes.
As a result, did you gain some information from Miss Hoffman that helped guide you in the investigation?
Yes, I did.
We heard from Megan, obviously, in this trial. So we are going to then move to some later stages here in the investigation. And to do that, I'd like to present to you an exhibit that's been previously introduced into evidence. It states exhibit number 10G. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do, yes.
And if we could have that published, Your Honor.
10G is published now.
Thank you, Your Honor. This exhibit, states number 10G, has been testified to by a few witnesses, but how did this picture come into your possession?
On the afternoon of February 21st, which was a Wednesday, a search warrant was being executed at the residence known to be occupied by Dakota Van Patten. I was notified through communications with investigators on scene that this pair of eyeglasses had been collected. Leading up to that particular afternoon, I had been having regular communications with Megan Hoffman to provide her essentially with updates of the investigation to that point. Once I received this particular photograph, I had actually requested this photograph be sent to me so that I could then forward it to Megan Hoffman for the purpose of potentially identifying whether these were consistent in appearance to those that had been previously owned by Melody Hoffman.
Were you able to do that?
I was, yes.
Okay. And did she positively identify those glasses as belonging to Melody?
She did, yes.
Now, we also have an exhibit here ready to show that's already been received into evidence. It states exhibit number 10F. We can show that. Do you recognize States Exhibit number 10F, Special Agent Kedley?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize this as?
This was a cellular phone protective case that was collected from the trunk area of the 2007 Honda Accord on Monday, February 19th. Later that same evening, after it had been collected, I had actually taken this photograph and forwarded it to Megan Hoffman for the same purposes of trying to identify whether this phone case was similar, consistent, or the same as the one previously owned by Melody Hoffman.
Was Megan Hoffman able to identify this as the cell phone case that was consistent with the one that Melody Hoffman had on her phone on or about February 17th and 18th, 2024?
She was, yes.
Now, as these items, well, as 10F is up here and 10G that we just previously saw, were those items sent to the DCI lab for some fingerprint analysis?
They were, yes.
We heard some fingerprint analysis, some other items in this case done by the Cedar Rapids Police Department, but is it your understanding there was fingerprint analysis done by lab technicians at the DCI lab of these two aforementioned items?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you had an opportunity to review the results of that examination?
I have been, yes.
First, with respect to the cell phone case here in 10F, was the DCI lab able to recover any identifiable prints from that item?
They were not, no.
And then, with respect to 10G, the glasses, to your knowledge, were the DCI lab technicians able to obtain any fingerprints from this item?
They were not, no.
Let me take this down for a second, Your Honor, if you don't. Special Agent Kelly, as part of your kind of jumping around a little bit here, we jumped forward a couple days, and we're going to kind of stay out from that February 18th day, 19th day for now. Did you do some follow-up on information that was obtained from the Snapchat account of Melody Hoffman?
I did, yes.
And as a result of that investigation, do you recall there being a video that was posted to Melody Hoffman's Snapchat account in the late evening hours of February 17th of 2024 that had the text on it, "Late Night Vibes"?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen that video before?
I have, yes.
If we could play that again, Your Honor. You recognize that video?
I do, yes.
As a part of your investigation and accessing the Snapchat records, were you able to obtain a time when that video was posted?
I was, yes.
And what was that time?
11:40 p.m. on the evening of February 17th, 2024.
So, based on your investigation here, this video showed to be posted at 11:40 p.m. on February 17th.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Thanks. We can have lights again here momentarily. All right, I want to go back to your initial investigation. We've had investigators testify to some various things that were going on in this case. Was it your understanding, for example, that there was crime scene investigators that had conducted a search of Mr. Louisma's vehicle?
Yes, that's correct.
And that there were crime scene investigators that also did a search of Mr. Louisma's residence?
Yes.
And then you already mentioned the search of Mr. Van Patten's residence.
That's correct, yes.
So, as you're conducting initial steps of this investigation, did you have an opportunity to come into contact with Mr. Louisma?
I did, yes.
And do you remember what day that was?
That would have been on Monday, the morning of Monday, February 19th.
If you could take us through just generally the the times that you had contact with Mr. Louisma.
Yes. Mr. Louisma had first called the Marion Police Department to inquire about the status of his 2007 Honda Accord just before 8 o'clock a.m. on that Monday. At that point, investigators had not collectively arrived at the police department. A couple hours later, just before 10 o'clock a.m., the defendant called again, at which time I had a conversation with him about the status of his vehicle and my hopes of having a conversation about how that vehicle related to an ongoing investigation. There was one more follow-up conversation in the mid-afternoon between myself and the defendant over the phone before he ultimately arrived just after 4 o'clock at the Marion Police Department.
So the defendant called into the Marion Police Department just before 8 a.m.
That's correct.
And then you talked to him around 10 a.m.
That's correct.
And there was another phone call around 2 p.m.
That's correct.
And then you actually had contact with him sometime around 4 o'clock or so.
Yeah, just a little after 4 o'clock was when he had arrived and then sat for a lengthy set of interviews.
And prior to that interview with the defendant, had you gained some information already about, for example, what had been recovered from the defendant's vehicle?
I had, yes.
Generally, what did you learn had been recovered from the defendant's vehicle before you first spoke to him?
Before I had first spoken to him, excuse me, on that particular Monday, when I had first spoken to him in the mid-morning, we were in the process of executing a search warrant on the Honda Accord in question. It wasn't until the second conversation with Mr. Louisma over the phone just before the interview where some of the details that were located within the Honda Accord had been unearthed. To the extent of, specifically in the trunk, multiple items that appeared to be directly associated with Melody Hoffman, as well as weapons, duct tape, torn clothing, etc.
So you had knowledge that some items associated with Ms. Hoffman had been recovered from the vehicle?
I had, yes.
Did that involve her clothing?
Yes.
And then you mentioned the duct tape, too.
Yes, clothing, which actually had duct tape on the wrists of the clothing.
And then were you aware at that time that that some Apple Watch bands had been recovered, but not the watch?
I was, yes.
Did you conduct an initial interview of the defendant?
I did, yes.
Approximately what time did that take place?
4:21 p.m. on the late afternoon of Monday, February 19th, 2024.
Your Honor, at this point in time, we'd like to move to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 23A, recording of the initial interview by Special Agent Kedley of Mr. Louisma that has been provided to the defense, and the defense has an opportunity to review.
Any objection to 23A?
May we approach?
You may.
Yes, Your Honor, we object to 23A.
Objections overruled for the reasons previously stated. 23A is admitted.
Permission to publish 23A, Your Honor.
Court will publish 23A. Jurors, before the court publishes this exhibit, jurors are advised that statements and questions by law enforcement officers during interviews with the defendant are not evidence. Those statements and questions by law enforcement may only be considered to place the defendant's answers into context, but it is only the defendant's answers and responses to those questions and statements that are evidence. So at this time, the court will publish 23A.
Marion PD. And so sometime yesterday we were brought in to work a case, and your vehicle was brought up as like a vehicle of interest, so we kind of wanted to go over that with you. Okay. All right. And were your grandparent or your girlfriend's grandparents going to stick around, or just call them when you're done, or?
I'll call them right when I'm done.
Okay. Very good. All right. Well, thanks again for the opportunity, and apologies for the whole inconvenience of towing your vehicle when we did. And I'm sure it was a surprise when you woke up and it wasn't there. Did you have any idea why it was gone?
No, because I was asleep and my phone alerted me that my car is moving.
Okay.
And I pretty much got up and asked my roommate, I called him like, did you take my car? You wanted it that bad, just ask. And he was like, what are you talking about? You're crazy. I'm like, well, I'm standing out in the parking spot where the car was. It's not there. Where are you at? He was like, I'm looking at you. I'm like, that's crazy. So I just called Doris Towing Company.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And they were like, Marion Police have a possession of it. You'll have to call them. I'm like, oh, okay.
Okay. And who's your roommate?
My roommate is Patty.
Patty? Oh, I think I spoke with her earlier on the phone trying to get in touch with you, yeah. Consider her your girlfriend?
That's my girlfriend's grandmother.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Very good. So one thing that my boss always has me do when I have somebody come down and talk, we just go through this. I'm not sure if you've heard this before, but it's something that we say to everybody. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before you answer any questions or make any statements, and to have a lawyer present during questioning. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be provided for you free of cost. Now, before you say anything else, do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, just so I have it down, what's your date of birth?
10/27/2000.
We share a birthday, you and I.
Oh, really?
I'm a tad bit older than you are, but yeah, we share a birthday. And so what would you say is your current address right now?
My current address?
Yeah.
164 Belvedere Drive.
Belvedere Drive?
Yeah.
And is that an apartment or a house?
A
or?
house.
Okay. Who owns the house?
We do.
Okay. Family home?
Yeah.
Okay, you and your folks? Okay. What side of town is that on?
That's on not west side.
On the west side?
Yeah, not west side.
North First Ave, South First Ave?
I'll be honest with you guys.
You don't know? That's all right, man.
Yeah.
Directionally challenged, huh?
But it's somewhere near Johnson Avenue.
There's Johnson Ave? Okay, cool, man.
You guys know, yeah, near Johnson Avenue.
Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. And then we've been bouncing around. Do you have a cell phone that works, operates, texts now?
Just a text now.
Okay. And is there an account or some way that if I needed to get a hold of you after today, whether it be Facebook or otherwise, what's the best way to get a hold of you?
Patty.
Patty? Okay.
Tell my girlfriend.
Yeah. Do you know what her number is off the top of your head?
Just in case I need to call her.
Right.
It's 319 210
Okay.
22 78.
78. Okay. Very good. And you working currently?
No, sir.
Okay. You going to school at all, or?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you go to high school around here?
No, sir.
Where'd you go to high school?
I'm not from here.
I know, but where did you go to school?
Here?
Anywhere. Yeah. Like growing up, where'd you go to school?
Doris Johnson.
Okay. Where's that at?
Way in the Bahamas, sir.
Oh, wow. I don't detect an accent.
How long you been in Iowa?
3 years.
3 years?
3 or 4 years.
How you like it?
So far,
Cold, right? All right, not working currently. All right. This may be too personal of a question, and if you don't want to answer, that's fine. But you on any medication or anything like that?
no.
No medication. Okay.
Are you diagnosed with anything?
Diabetic.
You diabetic? Okay. If you feel like your blood sugar's getting low or anything like that, holler at us, and that way we can get you.
Yeah, if you want to
Get
get
you something.
thirsty or need a pop or a sandwich, just let us know. We'll be able to hook you up. So that quick start next door is probably the worst thing that could have ever happened to the police department.
Right here, brother. Right here.
All right. Okay. Have you worked around here currently? Or recently? Where have you worked recently?
Timberline manufacturing.
Okay, what'd you do there?
Wire harness assembly.
Okay. How'd you like that?
It was going great so far. Really.
Yeah? And you're still working there?
No, I ended up losing my job because my vehicle got vandalized, and I pretty much couldn't call into work because I didn't have a phone at the time.
Okay. When did that happen?
This happened back in January.
Okay. You know,
This last January? Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, this
Okay.
Did you find out who did it?
Yeah, I ended up finding shortly after because the person I did was pretty much harassing me. They came in the parking lot where my vehicle was parked and yelling, saying racist comment out their window while they were driving.
Really?
Yeah, but they're pretty much in jail right now. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. You remember what their names were?
Dakota.
Dakota. Okay. Yeah, can't go drive around doing that. All right. So who lives with you at your place over there on Belvedere? Mom and dad and
Mom and dad, brother, and cousin, aunt, and uncle.
It's a full house. How old's your brother?
19.
19.
you guys pretty close, you and your brother?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. The Honda Accord, and I'll get to exactly why we have it here soon, but how long have you had it?
Bought it in 2020.
Oh, really? So you've had it a while? Okay. Quite a few miles on it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do you remember where you bought it from?
I bought it from this guy on Marketplace.
Okay. So far, so good with it? No big issues? Okay, good. Do you share it with anybody, or is it just yours, or?
I mean, just mine, but time to time, I would let somebody drive it. But I will be in the car as they're driving, because I never really trust nobody driving the car.
I get it.
Yeah. If I crash it, then I'll be mad at myself. If somebody else crash it, then...
When's the last time you think you let somebody else drive your car?
Last time I had somebody drive my car was... It was Sunday night.
Sunday night? Okay.
Yeah.
Who would have that been?
I don't really know the guy that well because I was at my girlfriend's grandma's house, and I pretty much had to pick up her son from work. So I picked him up. And hang out with him basically through all the night. And there was somebody else that was there, and he asked to borrow the car. And I said, "How far are you going?" They're like, "They're not going to be far. They're just going to go up the street." And I pretty much said, "Okay, well, here you go," because I don't feel like driving because we're in the middle of the game. So I'm like, "Just hurry back," and that was it.
Did you come back pretty shortly?
Nah, it took a while because my phone will like alert me like my car is moving, but I already know like you can put on the car.
Okay. No problem. Okay. We'll get to that later. You ever ask for money for an exchange for it? Like, if bring it back with a full tank of gas, or spot me at 20 if you're going to borrow it, or anything like that, or is it just?
Patty provides me with gas because
Okay.
I pretty much.
And you said, well, backing up a little bit, Just to kind of give you a little bit of basis for what we're looking into. We're looking into a case involving Melody Hoffman. Sounds like you guys used to date for a while. Yeah. Do you remember the last time you had a chance to speak with her?
The last time I speak with her was on the phone. She told me to come over. And I always say, I'm not going to come over unless your mom is there, because that's what her mom told me. So she told me her mom was there. And then I pretty much went over there by her, and we were chilling. But before I went in, I said, are you sure your mom is there? Because sometimes she would say, no, she's here, and then she's here, or no, she's not here, and she's here. So I'm like, okay, well, if she's here, then I'm coming up. And she said, okay, you can. So I went in there, and then we were just pretty much just hanging out, and she told me her mom was in the living room, her room. And when I found out she was in there, so I was pretty much a little iffy on being there. So I'm like, well, it's time to go. I got to go run some errands, and I'll see you whenever I get a chance.
Okay.
But most of the time, we'll pretty much be on the call for like a short period of time, saying, well, can we hang out? I'm bored. I'm like, well, I can't really come there because your mom don't like me. So.
Okay. And when you guys talk, arrange a time to meet up and hang out and talk, how do you guys usually, whether it be Facebook Messenger or Snapchat or Instagram or?
It would be through Instagram, but it's the same. It always goes the same way. Every time I say I'm coming, I really don't show up. Because pretty much I have a girlfriend, so it's like, I don't think my girlfriend would be okay with me going to see my ex-girlfriend. So I'd be like, I'm on my way, and then she'll keep calling, so are you coming? I pretty much leading her on to thinking I'm coming, and then I'm like, oh, I'm just making excuses.
Right. Okay. And about how long did you and Melody date before you became exes?
2 months.
About 2 months. Okay. How'd you meet?
Facebook dating.
Sure. So 2 months ago from right now, or you dated for 2 months?
We dated for 2 months. We started dating back in. I can't tell, but we broke up in December, December 30th.
Okay. How was the breakup? Good, not good?
It was good for me, but she didn't take it very well.
Do you know why? Why did you guys decide to break up?
Because I had my ex-girlfriend was pregnant, and I pretty much had more intention on focusing on the child and being a father, and she didn't like that. So So I broke up over the phone because her mom always say whenever we get into an argument, do it over the phone instead of being together. So I pretty much was like, hey, I'm coming back. I'm going to go get you something. And then I just left, and I just called her and said, hey, I don't want to be with you.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Okay. All right. And when you say she didn't handle the breakup so well, like, how do you think she didn't handle it well?
Well, she called me pretty much saying that she would tell her mom that I did stuff because we got into an argument in the room. But I kind of recorded it while she didn't know because my phone was in my pocket. Because she keeps saying, I'll tell my mom you hit me and you did this. I'm like, well, okay. So I pretty much put my phone in recording and I recorded it. But I never told her. And then when she called me again, she started making the same statement. And I'll tell my mom you did this and put a gun to my head. And I just recorded it and just in case it gets bad. So I told her mom that's what she was doing. And her mom was like, well, I'll take your clothes and put them in the bag and you can come when I'm there. And when her mom got off work, she texted me and said she was there, so I came and grabbed my clothes and that was it.
Okay. Okay. Did you hang on to those recordings of her making these threats?
Yeah.
Do you have them with you?
I don't have my phone. I don't have my phone, but I sent it to my girlfriend just in case.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then, do you think there was 2 recordings, one when you're in person and one when you're on the phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Does she have any other boyfriends, Melody?
That's something I don't know because I don't know. But last time she told me it was hard finding a boyfriend that we need to get back together. I'm like, hey, I'm not ready for that. But there's people she go time to time to, I guess, talk to or something like that. She was telling me.
Yeah. Do you know who they were?
I don't know them. That's not really my problem.
Okay.
I was doing my own thing.
Yeah. During the time that you two dated, give or take about 2 months, ending in December, was there certain individuals that seemed like they were her closest friends, whether it be her mom, her aunt, anybody? Or cousins or best friends, anybody that you can think of?
Actually, the thing was, we pretty much didn't socialize with nobody outside. We just pretty much was focused on our relationship. So the only time we would talk to other people,
Okay.
that's it. Pretty much we're out shopping with her mom, and that's it. We just would pretty much stay at home, watch movies, and cook together while our mom's at work. And
Nice, yeah.
pretty random stuff.
Yeah. And so you were talking about over the weekend she had reached out to you to hang out, is that right?
Yeah.
And so today's Monday. Do you remember what day of the weekend that was that she reached out to you to hang out?
That was like, I think, Friday and Saturday.
Friday and Saturday?
But-
Okay.
And days earlier than that, and I kept pretty much saying I'm coming in. And
Okay. And then, so how did she reach out to you on Friday and then again on Saturday to hang out? Was it like on Messenger or Instagram? Or?
yeah, I meant Instagram.
Okay. And, and again, I apologize. I think that you mentioned this before, but how did you explain to her that you didn't want to hang out, or did you hang out for a bit?
No, I said I got some errands to do because I was pretty much with Patty, my girlfriend, and I said, when I'm done, I will come over there and see you. And she always say, come before 10 p.m. because her mom always said that's what time her door closes, is not open now.
Okay.
So she would be like, do I want to hang out, get her out of this house? She's bored. And I'm like, okay, I'll be on my way. Okay. And I just pretty much keep making excuses. So pretty much have her like, hope that I'm coming, but I really didn't show up.
Okay. Okay. And then on Saturday, did you show up?
On Saturday, no.
Okay. So did you talked to her, but did you not see her on Friday and Saturday? Oh, okay. When do you think was the last time you saw her?
The last time I seen her was that one day I went to her house and we hung out for a bit and I left.
Okay. And about what day was that?
That was like during the day. Yeah, that was during the day.
And you mentioned you went inside her apartment that day, right?
Yeah, I was actually
Okay.
inside.
And her mom was in.
She told me her mom was there, but her mom wasn't there. That's why I left. I'm like, yeah, this is starting to get a little weird because you told me your mom was there and she wasn't. So we pretty much was just sitting in the living room watching TV for a bit.
You remember, just to help you jog your memory of what day this was, do you remember what was on TV?
I remember what was on TV. We were trying to find what was on TV, but I pretty much wasn't interested in watching TV. But she was watching, I think, a Christmas movie.
Okay.
This Elf movie, I think she was watching over and over.
Okay. But you don't think it was yesterday, Saturday, or Friday? It was before that?
Yeah, it was like before that.
Okay, and so you didn't see her at all on Friday or Saturday? Okay, all right. And then remind me again, I think you mentioned that you had loaned your car out at some point over the weekend to somebody. Who was that?
I don't really know them well. They were, because I picked them, after I picked up my Patty's son, we were together in the car, and I had to drop pretty much him off and Patty's son off, but me and Patty's son was pretty much in the same area. That's why I was like, I'll hang out with you for a bit.
Okay.
And the other guy was like, he's texting this chick and blah, 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 wanted to meet up. And he was like, can he use the car right quick? And I'm like, how far is you going? And I'm like, I can't really let nobody the car because if you get pulled over, and that's going to pretty much be on me.
Yeah.
So I said, do you have a license? He's like, yeah, you got a license. I'm like, okay, well, don't take too long. So the whole time I couldn't pretty much know where he was because my phone would alert me, like where the car is going. But in that split second, I'm like, okay, well, I'm more focused on the game. So, yeah, so when he came back, I pretty much dropped him off, and he walked back to his apartment, wherever he was going, and I just came back to the Patty's crib and house.
Okay. And what's Patty's son's name?
Trevor.
Trevor? Okay. And I'm not from around here. I don't know Patty. Is Trevor Caucasian, African American?
What's his race? He's a white kid. Okay. And is it, what's his last name?
I'm guessing Patty Allen.
Allen? Okay. So Trevor Allen? Okay. Is he like a high school kid, college age kid? Or?
He's a grown man.
Okay. Okay.
I still call him young.
Yeah, okay. Younger than you, though?
Older than me.
Older than you. Okay.
He's 29.
Okay. Good guy?
Yeah.
29. Okay. Cool. And so who is this guy that, while you're playing the game with Patty's son, borrows it for however long?
He had it for like, probably like half an hour, like 45 minutes or an hour.
Okay. So not too long.
Yeah.
Okay. And what's his name?
I don't really know him that well. He didn't give me like an actual name. But the reason why I pretty much gave him the ride because I seen him before, so I pretty much figured like, yeah, he'll be back with the car. At that time, I wasn't really thinking just letting a stranger in my car, but I just lent it to him for some reason because I had the tracker, so I would have been able to pretty much say like, well, if you don't bring it back, I'll call the cops. So
Right. Yeah. And the tracker's, where's the tracker at?
it was like a little State Farm. I forget what you call it. This is a driving safe with State Farm. So a little box you put in the mirror when you drive safe.
Oh, nice.
But the phones pretty much have to be like together. This is connected via Bluetooth.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So if he takes the vehicle for a half hour, 45 minutes, but your phone's not in it, the tracker's not working?
It's not gonna pretty much register because my phone has to be like in the car.
Oh, I see.
So like while I'm driving, I don't touch the phone. Just pretty much driving.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
You get like a discount from that?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's kind of cool that they do that.
Okay. This friend, you don't know his name, associate, white, black.
He's white.
He's a white guy. Okay. Tall, short.
He's tall.
White, tall. Younger, older than you.
He's like, I think he's 20 or 19, like that.
20 or 19. Okay. And remind me, how is it that you're familiar with him? Like, is he a friend of somebody's or?
Most likely, where my girlfriend was staying at, we pretty much used to be in the same apartment complex, and the neighbor I would go to, he would pretty much be there, just hanging out, smoking, but I never used to really, like, socialize with him, like, once in a while, like, hey, what's up, man, you know.
So he kind of lives in your girlfriend's apartment complex?
Where she used to stay at.
And where was that?
Crestwood apartment.
Okay. Familiar with that?
Yes.
Crestwood apartment? Okay, cool.
It's a newer place right next to the fire station, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any tattoos, facial hair?
No.
No? Clean shaven? Okay. And no tattoos that you've seen? No. Brown hair, blonde hair, short, long?
Brown hair.
Brown hair? Okay.
Short.
Sure. And then that particular night, and I should clarify, what night are we talking about? Today's Monday. What night was this that he borrowed your car for half hour, 45 minutes?
This was like Saturday. It was Saturday night.
Saturday night. Okay. All right. You remember about what time that was that he did this?
I picked up Trevor at 11 from work.
Where's Trevor work at? Sorry, I didn't mean
Trevor works in Robinson, Iowa at Lebowski.
Oh, Lebowski's.
Yeah.
The bar?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good food.
Okay. So you picked him up at 11?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you brought him back, and then when you got back, you and Trevor start playing the game.
Yeah.
And then at some point, your other associate, friend maybe not, he's also hanging out at Trevor's place?
Yeah, he was there and he asked if he can use the car.
Okay.
So pretty much go see this chick, he said.
Okay, see the chick, yep. And you said that he was back within a half an hour to 45 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay. When he got back, did he talk about where he had been or anything? Okay. And then did he continue playing the game with you when he got back?
Trevor?
No, the guy that brought the car back?
Oh, no, I pretty much, it was getting late,
Mm-hmm.
and my girlfriend was getting impatient because she was like, well, you know Patty's door closed at midnight. And I'm like, yeah, it's late. So I'm like, hey, I'll just drop you back, and that was it.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
He just handed me $20.
Oh,
I went
nice.
to the gas station and got a pack of Black Mile, and that was it.
Nice. Which gas station?
Quick Star.
Okay. You know which one it was? The Quick Star near what?
There's one near Burger King.
Oh, okay. You know what we're talking about?
Right by like the fountains and
It's close.
Hy-Vee, Edgewood. It's got. It's on the north side of the road. If you're going down Blair's Ferry, it's on the north side of the road. It's a newer one, and then like Burger King, I think it's off to like further west to the left.
Yeah.
That's what you're talking about.
Okay.
You can see Fleet Farm, like up on the hill. The big, big tractor store, whatever you want to call it, like farm store. Okay.
Okay. All right. You said you picked up some smokes, or
Yeah.
okay. All right. And this was? Did you say that you dropped this other guy off
Yeah,
before you?
I dropped them off.
Okay.
I mean, we went to the gas station together.
Oh,
I got
okay.
Black Mile and
Yep.
dropped them off.
And where did you drop him off at?
I dropped them off close at, I don't remember the school called, but it's almost by, what is this park called? It's not Ellis Park, but somewhere near a school called Roosevelt.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. Sorry.
Again, I'm not from around here, so I just hope that he's tracing. And so you're pretty sure this was not last night, but the night before, Saturday night?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Just want to be clear on that. So okay. All right. So you dropped him off, and you don't happen to have, maybe it's in your phone, and you don't have your phone with you. Okay. Yeah. Would you have any way to contact him, like whether you're Facebook friends or friends on Snap or anything?
I wouldn't. I don't have a phone, so I don't even know his number. The only way I'd be able to contact him is if I see him.
Okay.
But his phone is pretty much shattered and everything. But
Oh, okay. Do you remember what he was wearing, just in case? You know, we're trying to figure out who was where. Do you remember what he was wearing that night?
he was wearing green kind of. It's something like your
Pullover type thing, or the vest, or
no, it's like pretty much almost like a jacket, but it pretty much had two colors. It had green and black, I think.
okay, two-tone jacket.
Yeah.
Okay. You remember the brand of it?
No.
Okay.
Sweatpants, and then green sweatpants,
Okay. Sticks out there.
and a hat,
Baseball cap?
beanie.
Beanie. Okay.
You remember what you were wearing what you were wearing that night?
Well, what I was wearing?
Yeah.
I was wearing somebody else's jacket and just pants and my shoes.
Pants and shoes. Okay.
Not those slip-ons though, but those
No.
pants. Okay.
What color is the jacket that you're wearing? Just so when we
Black.
have to go get video or whatever. Black.
Yeah.
It was a black one.
Anybody else with you at the Quick Start besides you and this guy?
No, just this two.
Just you two. Okay. Okay. That's good information. I appreciate that. I know sometimes if you ask me what I did all of yesterday, I would struggle to tell you, so I appreciate that. Have you been in touch at all with anybody about Melody in the last
Well,
day and a half or so?
her mom texted me. She texted me Sunday morning or Sunday night, I think. It's between that time. She asked, "Hey, is Melody with you?" And I said, "No, she's not." And then she told me something about did she talk to me? And I said, "No, she's not with me." Because at the time I was pretty much
Yeah.
So I'm like, "No, she's not with me." And then she was pretty much just texting, worrying, but I didn't know what was going on, so I asked her what was going on. She said she was going to call the cops if she don't hear from Melly. And I'm like, but I'm not with her. So pretty much I was like confused on what was going on. So she said if I can get a hold of her, so I went and texted and called Mel They say, hey, your mom was trying to get a hold of you. Talk to your mom, call your mom or something. That was it.
You sent her.
I sent Melody a text message, and it showed she was online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I think her mom was on her phone because her mom said, hey, this is Mel's mom. I'm trying to get a hold of Mel.
Yeah. And as you said, you hadn't seen her all weekend. She had tried to link up with you on Friday and Saturday, but you're saying that you hadn't seen her at all.
I kept saying I'm on my way and didn't show up.
Right, you never showed up. Okay. With you not showing up, can you think of anybody else that she might have been with on the weekend?
No.
No? Like any friends that she has that...
I mean, what she does is not really something I pay attention to.
Yeah.
So, I don't really know. But I remember last time she was like, trying to find I'm tired of being on a dating website. Let's get back together. I'm like, well, you gotta focus on yourself and show why. She told me that there's this guy she was talking to, but she don't like any of them, and this and that. But she always tell me when she leaves just to go meet up with sneaky links. That was it.
Who's Sneaky Clinks?
Sneaky links.
Oh, okay.
She said, I only have sneaky links.
I see.
Never heard that term before.
Okay. Well, I should probably try to bring you up to speed on where we're at. Unfortunately, a little over 24 hours ago, Melody was found, and unfortunately, she was found deceased. Yeah. Yep. And so we're still trying to evaluate what happened, why it happened, whether this was something that was something that could potentially be an accident or something that could potentially be reasonably explained. We still have quite a bit of information still coming in, but part of our job is to trace back from the moment that she was located and kind of work our way backwards in a timeline and build a timeline to try to essentially paint the picture, right? Paint the picture of how she wound up in the situation that she did. You kind of said, really, when I said that, had you heard from anybody or talked to anybody about rumors about her situation?
Nah, it just surprised me just now.
Okay, yeah.
Because the phone I have, she pretty much got it from me. She paid for it, and I couldn't make a call on it because it was off. Because she bought it from me, but I'm the one that's pretty much making the payments and everything.
Okay.
So we wasn't on speaking terms because I don't know. 1 minute she's okay with me, the next minute she's not okay because I'm with my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah.
Back and they don't like each other.
Yeah.
And she's pregnant, so every time I'm on the phone with one gets angry. So I pretty much got to walk away and talk to her for a bit and pretty much just do that. So.
Yeah. Okay.
What kind of phone did she get you? Was it like an iPhone, Google phone? Or?
An iPhone.
Yeah, who's the subscriber? I'm sorry. Right.
Subscriber.
Yeah, who's the carrier that you?
Verizon.
Verizon. Okay.
In general, how would you, I know things didn't work out between you two, but how would you describe Melody as a person?
Annoying and goofy.
Yeah. Good person?
Yes, she is.
Yeah.
You smiled when you said goofy. Go into goofy for us.
Well, with all the videos I have on the phone of us two, always being stupid, that's why I say she's goofy.
Okay.
Yeah. So one of the things that we as investigators do, maybe you've seen some cop movies or cop shows, but one of the things that we do is that as Tom and I are sitting here talking to you, there's a dozen other investigators out doing other things and assigned to specific assignments. And of course, when a young lady winds up deceased and it appears like it's a questionable situation where she was located and how she was located, we're going to look at her life and figure out okay, who are some of the people close to her? And of course, an ex-boyfriend pops up. And so one of the things that we want to do with you is that if you had nothing to do
with her death, we want to be able to check your name off the list and move on. Okay, so I may ask you some difficult questions, but what we want to do is be honest with each other. That way we can do what's right for Melody, and then we can move on. If you didn't have anything to do with it, so be it, then we move on. So first question is did you have anything to do with her disappearance and death? You didn't? Okay. Do you know who did?
No, not really, to be honest, no.
And when you see, I'm a stickler for words, but you said not really? Is that?
Not really, no. Not really means like I don't really know.
Okay.
Because this is just crazy. I just talked to her a couple days ago, and that was it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. So backing up, I want to give you an opportunity to make sure that your voice is heard on this, because I don't want to jump to conclusions. But about a month and a half ago, Melody received a text message, that was a pretty graphic threat, and it was forwarded to her via a text now number, and I completely understand how sometimes when there's breakups, sometimes people can act immaturely and act irrationally. But do you remember sending her this text messages? And the reason I ask, because if in fact there was a text message sent to her by you, and there was some regretful words said, okay, let's get that on the table now so we don't have to harp on it. So do you remember sending that message?
I don't remember what message you're talking about, but I do remember she pretty much called me, discreetly about the threat. I said, she told me that, well, I hope you go to jail, you effing nigger. I'm like, what is going on? Why are you what's wrong with you? She was like, you texted my phone. I'm like, how did I text your phone? That's not even my number. You know my number. You literally call my number. The numbers are not the same. They're and she was like, well, somebody did. I'm like, no, I didn't. That's not me. Me and you broke up on good terms. I told you, say, hey, we can still be on good terms. You can still hang out if I have a chance to. But why would I text you on some BS when I had no problem with you but that one day when you were just pretty much acting out on your on Christmas? I'm like, there should be no reason for me to text you like that.
Right. Okay. So if we were to do a deeper dive on that particular text now number, there's no reason why it would come back to you or a device that you had access to, right?
No.
Okay. So you're saying unequivocally that was not you?
That was not me.
Okay.
Because she showed me the text, and that was not me.
Okay. And she said some unkind words to you when she forwarded you the text message?
Yeah, she did.
About calling you the racial slur and whatnot? Okay. All right. And again, sometimes people get emotional and they go through that sort of thing. So
I mean, if you have a email or something, I can probably forward it to you. I can.
Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, that'd be good. I'd like that. Yeah, I appreciate you helping me out with that, because again, as you can understand, she's 20. Whatever she did, she didn't deserve to lose her life. And so not only are we trying to figure out what happened to her, but we're trying to figure out what the intentions were of how she got there. We work a lot of different cases with a lot of different people, and sometimes I categorize people by drawing a line down the middle of my paper, and I think, some people are just, unfortunately, really bad human beings to the core. And then there's another side where it's just they made some poor decisions, and they were hanging out with some characters that were not good characters, but that doesn't mean so we're trying to essentially establish what's what. Okay, so one of the things, as you know, we have your vehicle. Okay, it's downstairs, and I want to ask you this question, because if there is an explanation, I want to get it out there. But is there any reason why, if we were to search your vehicle, the front driver's area, the back seat area, the trunk, is there any reason that we might find evidence of Melody in there anywhere?
Well, in my back trunk, there's a bunch of clothes, my girlfriend's clothes. There, because we're moving out. Because we moved out and we never really find a place to settle down, so all of her clothes are in there.
Okay. And this is Patty's clothes?
No, my girlfriend's clothes.
And what's her name?
Nakia.
Okay. Patty's are. So, okay. So there's going to be Nikia's closed back there because you're in the process of moving.
Yeah.
But items specifically to Melody, is there going to be any clothing or items or anything related to her in the trunk, in the back seat, in the front seat, anywhere?
There was just this one bag, this garbage bag. I don't know. Well, it's my girlfriend's garbage bag because we got it from the Cedar Rapids garbage. I forget what we call that place, but it's a green bag.
Okay.
Like one of those one bags, they call it? Like trying to help out clean up stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. I know what you're talking
Like
about.
a plastic shopping sack almost? Okay. And what would be in there?
Some trash because when he handed me the car, it was dirty. And when I pulled up to Patty's apartment, my girlfriend was asleep at that time, and she figured out I was there. She said, "Hey, can you grab me a blanket out of your car because it's cold?" And then I just went in there, and there was some trash laying around, so I pretty much touched the trash and then put them in the bag, and I just pretty much closed the trunk and went inside. That was it. After I came back from dropping the dude off.
Okay. So you drop off the dude at the Roosevelt area.
Yeah.
Quick start to Roosevelt. You drop him off. You go back to Patty's.
Car.
She asked you to go out and get something of hers out of the trunk.
Yeah.
And you see that there's this green sack. What makes you think that Melody's stuff is in there?
I'm not saying her stuff is in there, but I'm just saying in the back seat, like in my back seat, there was like some bottles and containers and stuff that was like dirt, trash people left back when I get rides to.
Okay.
So I pretty much just seen the bag and I just took him and put him in there.
Okay.
And that was it.
Yeah. And was the bag already in the car when you went out there?
Yeah, it was in the car, in the back seat.
In the back seat.
In the back trunk.
In the back trunk.
Yeah, because
Okay.
they're my girlfriend's bag, and she left them directly in the back seat where she always sit, in this little pocket
Okay.
where all my condoms are.
Yeah.
She left it there, and pretty much that was it. When I went in the back, she told me to get her a blanket, and I was like, what's this green bag doing here? So I just pretty much just looked inside of it, and I just threw all the trash in there. And
Okay. When you looked inside of it and see, like, what's this green bag doing here? When you look inside of it, was there anything inside of it?
there was some shoes. I thought there was hers, some pink shoes.
You thought it was Melody's?
I thought it was my girlfriend.
It was your
I said,
girlfriend,
like I said,
okay.
we have
Yeah,
all
yeah.
our clothes and blankets and stuff.
And then you went up to the back seat and cleaned out that and put it in the bag as well?
Yeah, there's some bottles and stuff like that.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
So this is right where my vehicle was taken. Pretty much the window is, my car is parked here and the window is here. So when she seen me, she got up and said, "Hey, I'm cold. Can you grab me a blanket?" So I just went outside, opened the trunk, and I was like, "Which blanket?" She was like, "Just grab me one." So I just grabbed her a blanket. And I was like, "Anything else?" She was like, "No." So and I got some extra shirt and pants that was in the back trunk and we brought it inside because we just moved out of the apartment. We're not trying to like bring a lot of clothes in Patty, so she's got moved. Yeah, so that was it. So like any trash that I would see in the car, would just pretty much keep a big garbage bag just to throw it out.
Right. Yeah, I do the same thing. So when you see that green bag, it's empty, and you take that opportunity to go out and get the bottles and whatnot, what else did you throw in there?
I throw bottles in.
And by bottles, drink bottles?
Yeah, drink bottles.
Yep.
And pretty much whatever was not in. I didn't need like gloves. Yeah, that was it. Some gloves she was wearing, and some cardboard. Some, I would say like, what it was. Just some cardboard and some plastic bags like that. I threw in there.
Yeah, just miscellaneous garbage and whatnot. When you said gloves that she wore, who wore?
No, I said gloves that she wore. It's a black glove. It was cold out, so I handed her the gloves so she could wear, and she was like, she don't want it because it's too big. So I pretty much wore it. It was cold out.
Okay. And this is Nikia?
Yeah.
Okay, these are Nikia's gloves? Okay, got it.
Are they rubber gloves or like winter gloves, like like for snow, or like
well, my mom gave my mom
cotton ones?
Yeah, my mom gave them to
Okay.
me, so she couldn't fit her hand, so I just threw it in there.
Okay. All right. And so, getting back to my original question, are you saying that you think that maybe some of the bottles in the back seat were Melody's at one time?
No, some of the bottles in the backseat, that's from people I give rides to.
Yeah.
Like when we stop by the gas station, and once again, when Nakia sits in the back, she thinks the back seat is a garbage bin, and when she's done eating something, I got to call and say, hey, you left trash in the back seat.
Right.
So like any bottle and watermelon containers you find, that's all hers. And
Okay.
so I say, hey, I always keep a little trash bag in there, so when you're done eating, it's in there by trash, throw it and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, and forgive me for harping on this. I probably sound like I'm a broken record, but you can understand. I just need to make sure that I figure this out. But what items, even inside the bag, maybe, do you think might be Melody's?
I have no idea. I didn't really look in the bag, but there was just some gloves I seen, kind of ran through it a little bit, but I just assumed they were garbage because there were garbage in there, and that was it.
Okay. Okay. Beyond that, do you think that there would be any reason why we would find, any of her DNA anywhere, whether it be blood or hair or other items?
Well, she has been in my car.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
other than that, no.
Okay. No reason to think that. Okay.
She has been in my car, so.
Sure. Okay. All right. Tell me this. You said that, just make sure I'm not missing anything here. You said that other than your buddy, your associate, hopefully we can figure out his name, but other than him taking your car for a half an hour to 45 minutes when you're playing the game, he comes back, you drive from Traverse Place towards the Quick Start to Roosevelt. As you can imagine, in 2024, technology is a pretty amazing thing with traffic cams, with license plate readers. Everybody seems to have a doorbell camera that when you drive by, it's watching people drive by, or the traffic cam on the highway that takes a picture of you when you're going too fast around a red light. Is there any reason, and you can imagine why we do this, because again, it's a 20-year-old, but is there any reason why, if we were to start digging into those traffic cams outside of Cedar Rapids on Saturday night, we might find your vehicle driving out? Other than, and more so, because even from that location, I'm talking about beyond 45 minutes. So yeah, he could have driven out beyond 45 minutes and come back, 25 out, 20 back. But beyond that, is there any reason that I'll give you a specific, is there any reason why it might be down kind of closer to the Iowa City area or the Amana area?
No, I didn't even have much gas to go that far anyway.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Because, like I said, Patty offered me gas all the time. So then we had an important appointment to go to this morning, and when the car was gone, so we ended up having to reschedule. But yeah, after I came back, he gave me 20. I used that 20 to pretty much go to the Quick Start, get a pack of Black Mile, get him a cigarette. That was it.
Yeah. And as you stated before, and correct me if I'm wrong, but other than that little 45-minute period, give or take, when he's got the car, you're in possession of the car and the keys the whole weekend, right?
After.
Yeah, Saturday night. So you've got the car other than that 45-minute.
Other than that night, he went with it and came back, and after they dropped him off, that was it.
Yeah, okay. Okay, very good. Okay. Make any other stops that night?
Any other stops? No, just to the
Quick Start?
And then,
okay. Okay, and you're saying that there's no reason why we would see your vehicle, that Honda Accord with that license plate, out in the country down near the Amana area?
I mean, if you do, then I wasn't driving at that time because I already told you my whereabouts, and I was at Traverse Place.
Sure. But that being said, you have possession of the keys. I'm just making sure that if we were to find your vehicle down in that area, we just want whatever the explanation is so that we can kind of paint the picture.
The confusion with the possession of keys when exactly when?
So it'd be like Saturday going into Sunday. So the night that Trevor took it, and then after that.
I had the keys that night, and then I gave him the keys so he could pretty much go where he's going and then come back.
Okay.
And that was it.
And then throughout the rest of the night, you've got the car and the keys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went back home to pretty much
Sure.
take a nap.
Yep. Okay. Okay. Make sure.
Is there only one set of keys for your car?
There's two, but the second one, it doesn't work because it have a chip in there that's not in there.
Okay.
So like the
It just open the trunk or whatever, like unlock the door, but it won't start the car. Is that how it works?
yeah, it won't start the car.
Okay, gotcha. Right on.
And the thing is broken, so I pretty much I always keep it in my pocket just in case, like, if the car is running and I'm out, there's this thing I always do, I will trust the keys in the car, because I was thinking it will lock the keys in the car, so I just keep that broken key, so that way I can get in.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All right, jurors, we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. We'll be back at 1:30 and pick up with publication of the exhibit at that time. So have a good lunch, and remember the admonition, and we'll see you back then.
States Exhibit number 23A has been provided to the
right, we are back on the record in FECR 153477. Before we resume with publication of Exhibit 23A, just on one housekeeping matter, Exhibit 7Q that was published earlier had not been formally admitted, so I do admit Exhibit 7Q at this time. And then at this time, we'll go ahead and resume publication of 23A. We could have the lights.
Just out of curiosity, McKinley, when was the last time you were at one of the Walmarts in town?
Last time I went to Walmart.
Yeah.
Last time I went to Walmart was the night before I picked up Trevor.
So Friday night?
Friday night.
Okay.
No. Sorry. Walmart was Saturday.
Saturday? You were. When were you? When during Saturday were you?
I think it was Friday or Saturday. I took my friend to Walmart to get her some hair straightener.
Okay. Female friend?
Yeah.
Okay. What's her name?
Her name is Shantae.
Okay. Shantae.
That's how to spell it. I don't know her last name. She didn't want to give me her last. She don't never give me her last name.
Okay. How'd you meet her?
We met through friends.
Okay. And about what time? Which Walmart are we talking about?
The Walmart on Wiley.
On Wiley. Okay.
Is that it? I think that's right.
Wiley Boulevard, yeah, you have like Wiley, there's Menards is real close.
Yeah, that one.
There's the other Target, that Walmart you're talking about.
And you went there to go get hair straightener for Shantae?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that all you guys got?
Yeah, that's all she got.
Okay. You remember what you got?
I didn't get anything, only her. She did.
Okay. And then was this daytime hours, nighttime hours?
Nighttime.
Okay. So was this before you linked up with, before Trevor took your vehicle?
This was, yeah,
Okay.
this was before.
Before Trevor took your vehicle. Okay.
No, Trevor didn't take my vehicle. It wasn't Trevor. That's Trevor I picked up.
Sorry, you're right.
Trevor picked up.
Excuse me. Yeah. Your friend took your vehicle. So nighttime hours, but you were there getting hair straightener with her, and that's all that she got was hair straightener?
Hair straightener and some hair products. That was it.
Okay. Was that the only time you were in Walmart this weekend?
The other time I was there was Saturday. I think Saturday.
Yeah. This one?
No, I think that night I went to Walmart was on Friday, and
Okay.
the other night was on Saturday night.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that Saturday night at like 8 or 9.
Okay. And was this before?
I picked up Trevor.
Okay. Yeah. So you think that maybe Friday you were at the one on Wiley with Shantae,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, 8 o'clock-ish, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock,
Yeah.
give or take? Okay. You were at same Walmart or a different
Same Walmart.
Okay. Same Walmart. And who were you there with that night?
I was there. I was I was told I was going somewhere, and we were pretty much going mudding and sort of camping. I just went in there and grabbed what do you call it? A machete. We were going camping.
Okay.
That was it.
You grabbed a machete?
Yeah.
Okay. And who were you with?
I was with my girlfriend's cousin.
Okay. What's his name? Or her name? Logan?
Yeah.
Okay. What's his last name?
I don't know his last name. I just pretty much met him in the Patty's apartment.
Oh, okay. So this would be Patty's nephew and
Patty's grandson.
Patty's grandson?
Yeah.
And it's cousins to Nakia?
Yeah.
Okay, Logan's. All right. Okay. Just him or anybody else?
Yeah.
Just you two? Okay. And you said you got a machete for camping?
Yeah.
Okay.
He said we were going camping and we were going mudding.
Okay. And did he get anything while you were there?
No, just me.
Just you? And you said machete, was there anything else you said?
No, just that.
Just the machete? Okay. Okay. And did you at any time go camping?
Yeah, I didn't want to go because they were going like really far, and the person that was going didn't have no plates on their vehicle. And they were keep talking about how they've been pulled over multiple times, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not gonna go.
Was this somebody other than Logan that was saying this?
It's the person that was driving, because they have this big truck that has mud all over it, and she was going mudding and maybe camping for a bit.
But it was just Logan that was with you at Walmart? Okay. And all you got was one machete and nothing else?
Yeah.
And I'm not too familiar with camping or mudding, but forgive me, what would be the purpose of getting a machete for going camping?
I'd probably say protection.
Oh, okay.
Because we were going like, I don't know where we were going, but they just said we're going mudding, and we might camp off for a bit.
Okay.
So I was like, hey, if I'm going camping in the middle of nowhere and I can't see nothing, I'm grabbing a machete.
Oh, okay. Okay, but you never wound up going camping?
No.
Okay. And you said the reason you didn't go camping was because of...
They changed their mind last minute.
Okay. Who's they?
The driver.
Okay. And you don't know who the driver
I
was?
don't know who the driver was.
Okay. Did Logan end up going camping?
No, he pretty much left.
Where?
Like after he pretty much left with them, and I pretty much didn't go.
Oh, okay. So he left with somebody else, the driver. Did you ever? I know you don't know his name, but did you ever meet the driver?
No.
Okay. You just.
He was on the phone.
I see.
Asking who's all is going.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go.
All right. And then was this discussed on Saturday? Before you guys went to Walmart? Like, did you guys decide this? Like,
we planned it from Thursday.
Okay.
But they said they were going to do it like Saturday because that's when the driver is off.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
And it was your idea that, okay, if I'm going to go camping the way that you guys described this, for your own personal protection, you need to get a machete?
Yeah, because they were pretty much hyping it up, saying it's in the middle of nowhere, it's dark, and there's creepy stuff. I'm like, yeah, I'm grabbing a machete.
Okay.
I don't know about y'all.
Okay. Okay. Where's that machete now?
It's in the car.
It's in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever take it out of the package?
Yeah.
Okay. So where in the car is it located?
By my driver's side, in between the seats.
Okay. All right. Did you, once you take it out of, you took it out of the packaging?
Yeah.
And you have it down between the seats?
Yeah.
Did you practice with it, use it on a piece of wood, swing it around, anything like that?
I just grabbed his paper and did that.
Pretty sharp?
It's sharp.
Yeah, okay. Okay, but ultimately, you never went camping, so...
And that's why he kept it there.
Okay, you just kept it there. Okay. Okay. But just that one machete and you didn't get anything else. And this would have been before you linked up with Trevor and the other guy playing the video game. Okay. Couple things. Going back, are you and Trevor pretty close?
Trevor?
Yeah.
Not really.
Not really? Do you know him to be pretty honest?
Trevor?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So part of what we do is that it's not enough for us just to sit down with a person like you and us to finish up the conversation, shake hands, Tom and I leave, and then we say, well, McKinley seemed pretty honest, seemed pretty genuine. What we've got to do is, even if we feel that way, we have to go and corroborate all the information. So part of what we'll do is we'll talk to Trevor, we'll talk to Nakia,
We'll talk to Shantae, and we'll talk to Logan.
Okay.
Is there any reason why they might have a different story than you do?
The only one that will probably have a different story is probably Logan.
Okay. And why do you say that?
He's a hothead.
Okay. And what do you think he might say?
Huh?
How do you think his account might be different than yours, being a hothead?
One thing, if I can imitate him, I'm not talking to the police. Nope.
I see what you mean. Okay. Okay. Did they indicate where they were planning on going camping?
No.
No. And to your knowledge, or did you say you are sure or not sure whether they ended up going camping?
Well, Logan was like, he don't know if they're going because the driver is being a dick, and he don't want to go with too many people. And he was like, they might not go. And I'm like, well, I bought a machete for no reason then. I'm like, well, I'll still keep it. I could return it, but I'll still keep it. I already threw the package away. I'll just keep it, just in case you guys decide to go camping or anything.
Yeah. Where'd you throw the package away?
Package?
Yeah, of the machete.
I threw the package away in at Patty's. Oh wait, not at Patty's. I don't remember where I threw it, but I threw it away.
You threw it away, like in a garbage can somewhere?
Yeah.
Okay. So, how you doing? Do you need a break or anything, or?
No, I'm just wondering.
Real quick, if you do need some water or food, let me know. Real quick, and then I do want to take a break just to use the restroom myself. If you need the restroom, you can. So one of the things that we're looking at is today. Today, actually, Melody was subject to an autopsy, and she was taken out to Ankeny near Des Moines, and she's essentially under a microscope, and not only do they take a look at her from the top of her head to the bottom of her toe, and they try to figure out exactly what caused her death. But in the process of that, they're going to work with us to try to collect any sort of evidence, DNA, off of her person, head to toe, which will be subsequently looked at under a microscope, so that we can move on with the investigation. Because typically, I've been using this pen now for I don't know how long. If I were to set it there, and Tom were to take it with a set of rubber gloves and put it under a microscope, you're going to find my DNA there. Because not only was I squeezing this, and my little skin cells are rubbing off on there, but I was also doing this, right? And so all of that's going to be on there. And so just to get out ahead of this, because if there is an explanation, we want to give you the opportunity. But if and when the time were to come to where we would start getting these DNA results back on things that we found off of Melody's person, where she was located, is there any chance that we're going to find your DNA on there? And if so, what do you think the explanation might be?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't.
You don't know? Okay. Okay. Is that a concern of yours at all?
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit, not really.
Okay. Well, where do you think the a little bit comes from?
It's just so much a process right now.
Yeah,
So
I know, especially with an ex-girlfriend having passed away and whatnot. So before we take a break, what's your theory on what happened here? I mean, this is a girl that you knew pretty well, a girl that was trying to get in touch with you recently. What's your theory?
I'm not sure, man. I really don't know.
Okay. Okay. Well, listen. Can I get you some water, a pop, or?
No, I'm all right.
Okay. All right.
Sure.
Just give me a quick 5 minutes.
Yeah. One more thing. When I call Doris, they told me I wouldn't be billed because the vehicle was towed.
Yeah, my guess is that the police department will figure that out. So I wouldn't worry about that right now. We can get that figured out.
We'll get it figured out, man.
Okay. All right. I will be right
Yeah,
back.
I'm going to grab grab a swig of water too, man. We'll be right back, buddy, okay? We'll grab a radio. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting, man. I know you say you didn't want anything to drink. I got cold water and a warm Capri Sun. All yours if you want, brother.
Quick question. Is there a way I can make a call?
Yeah, sure. Just by yourself, or you want to use my phone, or?
You guys can stay if you want.
Yeah, sure. Who do you want to call?
The person that gave me a ride, they said they're going to be out for like half an hour.
Are they out there now?
I don't know. They say they'll give me half an hour. Then I'm not out about half an hour. Then they're going to leave because they have to get back to me.
Okay. Well, I tell you what. No matter what happens, we'll figure that out when we get done. Okay. Can I have one of the guys call them? Would that be okay? Just let them know that we're still talking.
Okay.
What's the number, man?
It's Patty's number.
It's Patty's number. What's Patty's number, real quick? We're running a little bit late, okay? Okay. Thanks, man. All right, anything you thought of during the break that you think might be of help?
No, I'm just pretty much going to be done with this because this is just too much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. It's a difficult situation. Shouldn't take too much longer, but we had a chance to talk to Nakia just about establishing timelines. Any reason that she might say that you were not at the house for an extended period of time on Saturday going into Sunday?
She didn't know because I told her I was coming back, but I was just pretty much hanging out.
Okay.
Because she's not supposed to know I'm hanging out with Trevor, you know?
Oh, I see. Okay. So you were always at Trevor's? Okay. Morgan Creek Park. That's a spot that's been kind of new to me. But do you remember the last time you were hanging out there in a parked car?
Morgan Creek Park?
Yeah.
That's close to my house.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I was there was when I took Shantae and her kids there to play.
Okay. And about how long ago was that?
2-3 weeks ago.
2-3 weeks, okay. And you haven't been back there since?
No.
Okay. And maybe, Tom, you can describe, just so we're on the same page of where Morgan Creek Park is, where that is, just to make sure we're on the same page. It's not, so, just making sure we're not talking about Cherry Hill in Morgan Creek. Cherry Hill is, like, I would say closer to your parents' place or your place, and then Morgan Hill's like, I don't know, like maybe a half mile away, and Morgan Hill goes further back in. It's a lot bigger park with like the playground looks like a spaceship. Is that
Yeah.
right what we're talking about?
Yeah, that's why I took it. Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you haven't been back there in the last 2 or 3 weeks since that time? Okay. And when was the last time you were down in the like Amana areas? Do you know where that's at?
I used to work out there at Whirlpool.
Oh, okay. Remember the last time you were there?
The last time I was there was when I was coming from that side of town picking up somebody from Benton.
Oh, okay. Yep. All right. About how long ago was that?
Just like a month.
Okay, a month ago. And so you're saying that when you took off and Nakia didn't really know where you were for a couple hours, it was because you were at Trevor's.
I was hanging out
at Trevor's.
Yeah, because usually she don't like me, you know, being out late. Because she always assumes that I'm doing stuff I shouldn't supposed to be doing with other females, and
sure,
yeah, she's pregnant and she just leaves me with that.
How far along is she?
She's due in April.
Do you know what you're having? What you guys are having?
A girl.
A girl? Congratulations. Have you wrapped around her finger as soon as she comes out, man? One thing, we've been through a lot in the last hour or two, whatever it's been. A lot of times, as a case, you know, when we get to the point where we definitively find who is responsible for Melody's death, I mean, what do you think should happen to that person?
The person should go to jail.
Yeah.
What happened exactly?
Okay. And I could see if we find that person and they go to jail and then they go through a trial process, that an attorney for that person might point the finger at other people, right? They might be like, well, it was this person or that person or this person. If asked to down the road, if we're in a trial setting at some point and you're asked to, basically swear under oath, is essentially what we just talked about, something that you would be willing to, like, yes, I swear under oath that this is 100% accurate.
Yeah.
You would? Okay. All right. Well, as you can imagine, McKinley, I haven't lied to you, at all today, and I'm not going to. I'm going to be straight up with you. As I mentioned before, we have your car, and the judge has given us the authorization and the direction to do a search warrant on that car. So that's actually in process as we speak. We've also had the opportunity to review a lot of evidence that's come in that we've been pretty fortunate to get in just a small amount of time. And at this point, unfortunately, the case facts clearly indicate that you were at least partially responsible for Melody's death. And up to this point, like I said, I've been completely honest with you, but it's very clear that you haven't been completely honest with us.
Is it because I pretty much touched what was like in the bag or anything? Because
no, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Yeah, we're way beyond that. The amount of evidence that we have at this point goes well beyond just DNA touch evidence. Like, this is becoming, it's a case that's really come together, and it's not so much a question of if McKinley was involved, but truly from our standpoint, McKinley, it's a question of why. Okay? And as I said before, we kind of draw a line down a sheet of paper, and we talk to some people that are really, really bad guys, and just bad to the core. And then we talk to some other people that, they make some poor decisions that in hindsight they probably regret, but ultimately they're not necessarily bad people. And I'm trying to ascertain, on what side of it you land. I'd like to think that you're on the good side and just made a rash decision and things spun out of control, and in hindsight, if you could go back and take a few things back, you would. But based on what we've talked about so far and the description of the last 36 to 48 hours, it's very clear, very clear. And again, I'm not going to lie to you, it's very clear that you were directly involved in all this. And again, I want to understand what was going on in your head as you were doing this. Was this something that just got taken out of context, or something that got out of control? Like, maybe you had one set of intentions going into it, and then ultimately
exactly what it was. I wasn't involved in anything. I was actually where I said I was. I literally was down the street from where I was at.
Okay.
From Patty's house, exactly.
Right. Yeah, and unfortunately, the case facts don't indicate that at all.
Like I said, when I grabbed the bag, I looked through it. I seen some stuff, but I didn't think anything of it.
Yeah, and unfortunately, McKinley, that bag occupies about 5% of everything that we've looked at. Everything. Okay, between the scene there, and I get that this can be difficult to talk about, but again, it's not so much a matter of if this is the way it happened. We know how it happened. Wow. We know exactly how it happened, but what we don't know, McKinley, is why. Okay. And if this was someone else's idea and you were just kind of along for the ride, and things got blown out of control, and you get past a certain point of no return, and okay, I'm committed, I have to do this. Okay, well, I can understand that. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I understand it. But that has to come from you. Okay? I can't just make that assumption. We have a saying in the cases that we work that evidence is very cold. Okay? You look at a DNA report and it's black and white, it's very cold. You look at evidence, it's very cold. It's not until you're able to sit down with someone like yourself and they're able to explain why something happened and some of the mistakes that were made and some of the decisions that were made, and maybe in hindsight, you regret, that all of a sudden you kind of understand the whole scope of it. But right now it's a very cold case, if you will. We're just looking at evidence, and it's stacking up. It's not until we get a chance to talk to you where you can explain, like, okay, I understand I was scared. I was scared in the first hour and a half of this interview, and this is why I was mistruthful about the trips to Walmart and the trips to Quick Star and where I was and who I was with and the machete and all these things. But now, let's be real, okay?
Yeah, I am real.
Like, we've gotten through the first couple chapters. I want the next version that we talk about to be the last and final version. I understand why you're apprehensive about this stuff, but this is a good opportunity for you to help us understand what exactly we're looking at here. Because if you just look at the case facts and you look at what we've talked about so far, I mean, it doesn't look great in terms of what type of person you are, okay? I want to be able to say that, hey, listen, McKinley's not like that, okay? He got himself in over his head, he let his temper get the best of him, and made some mistakes that weren't a representation of who he was, okay? I want to be able to say that, but I can't right now, because we're not there, because I don't think I've heard the true side of the story from you yourself. I understand the resistance, but at this point, case facts are just mounting. Evidence is mounting. What's in the trunk? What's on surveillance? What's evidence? What phone records indicate? What our autopsy indicated today? Things have piled up very, very quickly. And in the one area where I don't think we've gotten the truth from yet, I know that we haven't gotten the truth from yet, is you.
Like I said, man, we're not going to lie to you.
And I'm not going to lie to you because, like I said, I was hanging out, pretty much hanging out. I just pretty much just get everybody rides to everywhere. If they drive, I'll stay in the driver's seat and let them drive, pretty much.
Yeah, McKinley, with all due respect, we're beyond that point, okay? When I sat here and I listened to what you said, I wanted so much for you to give me something that aligned with all of our other case facts, but it didn't. And so that's why I was asking those hard, difficult questions, because it's like, all right, maybe McKinley came in here and he's just a little bit upset and regretful about what he did, but I want to give you the opportunity to tell us what the real truth of this matter was, okay? Because right now we can both agree that we have not talked about this yet, okay?
You guys said if I want to be done with this, I can be done with this and I can leave because this is just too much for me right now, man.
Okay, and that's completely up to you. If at some
If I
point,
got to come back to you guys, I can, but this is just really too much for me right now.
okay. So what are you saying?
I just want to be done and just leave, like you said.
Okay, all right. Well, listen, if at some point, whether it's tonight, tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, you're in a position where you've had a chance to think about a few things, and you think, you know what, upon thinking of a few things, there's a few things that maybe I didn't get on the table that I would like to get on the table.
I'll let you know right away.
We're always gonna leave that door open for you, okay? We're always gonna be fair with you, and we're always gonna be open to having that conversation, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Matter of fact, you just to not waste time, you can just write your number down so I can call you personally, so I can just talk to you. Because like this is just
Yeah.
too much.
Yeah, I can do that. One thing, in addition to and we're going to help you out with this, but in addition to the car, we have a search warrant for your person. Okay, and that means maybe downstairs we're going to take you through the process of photographing different aspects of your person and collecting some DNA, and then maybe some photographs of hands, fingernails, etc. So we're going to have you sit tight for now. Okay. And we'll let you know when we're all set for that. And if at some point you need to use the restroom or need something to eat, just knock on the door and we'll come and we'll help you out. Okay? All right. Thank you. You okay?
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
Hey, we're gonna head downstairs, okay, dude?
I'll let you go.
We straight? We cool?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's head down this way. Take a left. Take a right. Don't kick those over. Let's just let people know that we're talking. Okay, on the left.
stairs. This door. Take a left. Goes up to your right. Oh, I think this is.
Special Agent Kelly, before we move on to the second time you talked to Mr. Louisma, just a couple of questions here. Toward the end of this first interview with the defendant, as we saw, did you ask him if what he was telling you was true?
I did, yes.
And what did he say at that point?
Essentially, at that point in the interview, as we were effectively closing down the interview, I had asked him whether the account he had provided up to that point was something that he would be willing to swear under oath was true, and he responded that it would be.
In addition to that, towards the end of the interview, when you confronted him saying that you had evidence that he was responsible for Melody's death, do you remember what question he asked you?
I do.
What did he ask?
He asked me if it was because he had, if that determination came because of him indicating he had touched everything in the trunk.
After the break we saw in there for about 15 minutes or so, was there a couple hours in between when you talked to him this time and talked to him again?
There was, yes.
And we saw that Mr. Louisma was being let out of the room. Was that to execute the search warrant you had for his person?
It was, yes.
I guess back to the break inside the interview we saw here. When you came back in after that break, one of the first things you asked him about was Morgan Creek. You remember that?
I do, yes.
You remember why you asked him about Morgan Creek at that time?
I do, yes.
Okay.
Essentially, it was because we had been provided information at that point from Melody Hoffman's mother about location information indicating that at some point she had been at Morgan Creek Park.
And up to that point in the interview, had Mr. Louisma mentioned anything about him or his vehicle being at Morgan Creek?
He had not, no.
So at the end of this first interview, then, he had told you that his account that he had just given you was the truth, right?
That's correct, yes.
And when you, basically, as we saw, you told me that you knew there was more to the story and said that you believed he was responsible. His response was asking, was it because he touched everything?
That's correct, yes.
And then there was a warrant executed on his person after that, is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And we'll get to it here in a minute here, but when you first came back into the second interview with the defendant, do you remember how it is that he started the interview, what he first said?
I do, yes.
What did he say?
Essentially, he indicated to me that effectively the information he had provided was accurate, but that he had left a few details out.
In speaking to him then after that for the next 2 to 2.5 hours, did you find that there were more than just some things that he left out?
Yes, absolutely.
At this point in time, Your Honor, we'd like to move to introduce into evidence State's Exhibit number 23B, a recorded interview with Mr. Louisma that's been provided to the defense in this case that they've had an opportunity to review.
Any objection to 23B?
No, Your Honor.
Exhibit 23B is admitted.
And when the court's ready, permission to publish that, Your Honor.
All right, jurors, before I publish 23B, as I stated before, statements and questions by law enforcement officers during interviews with the defendant are not evidence. Those statements and questions by law enforcement may only be considered to place the defendant's answers into context, but it is only the defendant's answers and responses to those questions and statements that are evidence. And so with that, I'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 23B.
tonight you wanted to talk a bit more? Okay. All right. Well, everything still stands. If at some point you want to stop talking, it's completely up to you. But I think where we left it, we're at least courteous to each other. And if there's things to talk about, let's get them out on the table. Okay?
Yeah, so the first interview is pretty much accurate, but there's some things that was left out.
Okay.
And I talked to my girlfriend before I went downstairs. She told me that the cops were there. Are they still there? Because I just want at least one to be there.
You want the cops to be there?
At least one just to be there, because just to protect my family and my girlfriend over there.
Okay. Who are you worried about?
The person that pretty much did this.
Okay. And who is that?
This other kid I was with.
Okay.
And the last time I did talk to Mel was pretty much 3 days before this happened.
Okay.
My phone was off, and like I said, she told me if I want to meet up or anything. I was like, my phone was off. Is there a way you can probably give me a few dollars so I can pay it? She said, okay. She'll pay. How much is it for? And I said, it's pretty much over like $300 to $400 because it's paid monthly. Your phone is not fully paid off. So then she said, okay, and then I was with my girlfriend and Patty, and then minutes later my phone just started working again. So I assumed she turned it on.
And this was a few days.
This was like,
Are we talking Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
yeah,
Which one do you think it was?
it was like Thursday.
Okay, Thursday. Your phone gets turned back on when you're with Patty and Nakia.
Yes.
Okay? Okay, go on.
So she said if you wanted to hang out or anything. So I was like, I'm pretty much busy running errands. When I'm done, I will let you know. So the other dude,
Well, wait a minute. When she says, do you want to hang out, and you say you're busy running errands, I'll let you know.
I will let
When
you
is
know.
that?
When was that?
Yeah.
That was Friday. Was it Friday? That was Thursday night. I told her that.
Thursday night. Okay.
After she turned my phone on,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'll let you know. If not, then tomorrow or something.
Okay.
So the other kid, they kind of know each other. Well, she know him because she's seen him with me on the video calls, like more video call. And she would just brag about how she got me stuff on Amazon, and if I want another phone and pretty much some money because I don't have nothing right now.
Mm-hmm.
She said she'll help me with some money and pretty much order me some stuff off Amazon if I want. So I said, okay. So then, like I said, we had a whole plan to go mudding and camping with my buddy, pretty much from Logan.
Mm-hmm.
And
who's the other one?
the other one, he goes by Dakota.
Okay, Dakota and Logan are going to go mudding. Okay. You know last names?
I don't know them all. You pretty much know them by the first name.
Okay. So the plan is to go mudding with Dakota and Logan. Okay.
Yeah. So, pretty much when I was with Dakota, I told him I was gonna pretty much pick up my buddy from work and take him back to his house. So then,
And this is Logan that you're going to pick up? Or?
no, Trevor. I'm
Trevor,
gonna pick up
okay.
Trevor from work
And you're telling this to who?
to Dakota.
Okay, so you're telling Dakota that you're going to pick up Trevor from work.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
But then he was like, okay, no problem. So I said, all right, cool, I'm gonna go pick him up. So like, I went to go pick Trevor from work, and after I dropped him home, I was going to drop Dakota back home.
Okay.
And then I asked him, hey, can I use your phone for a minute to make a call? Because my phone is paid for, but it's just processing the payment because there's more payment to be made. So it's like pretty much, I can send a text, but it won't go through. It'll go through like 10, 20 minutes later. Or I'll make a call, it'll work, and it won't work. So I say, hey, can I use your phone to make a call? So I texted Mel and say, hey, I'm doing something right now, I'll be on my way. She said, well, can you be here before 11? So I said, yes, I can. Just give me a sec, because I'm pretty far.
Okay.
So then, when I went there, I picked her up. She said, well, what's the plan? So I said, well, you're going to go spend the night with me after I drop Dakota off. And then she said, okay.
And when you picked her up, was Dakota with you?
Yes, she was with me.
Okay, so it was just you two when you picked her up around 11?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so you're indicating to her that you got to go drop off Dakota,
Yeah.
and then she's going to spend the night with you?
Yes.
And where are you going to spend the night?
I was going to spend the night at my house.
On Belvedere?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Because she has been there before.
Okay.
So she was just in the back, just vibing to the music, and we're just talking, having fun. But Dakota seemed a little off. Like he didn't really want to leave yet. Because then I was like talking to him, and I was like, hey, so what are you getting me from Amazon? And she was telling me that she's getting me some clothes, and if I want, she can order me a new PlayStation 5. And then he was like, damn, you must have a lot of money to be spending on him like that. And then she was like, yes, because she loved me. So then he was like, well, can we just ride around for a bit? And I'm like, hey, I don't have that much gas to be riding around like that.
Dakota wants to ride around a little
Yeah,
bit?
he wants to ride around a little bit.
And he's in the passenger side, you're in the front seat?
And Mel is pretty much behind.
Okay, and she's vibing to the music?
Yeah, she just laid down.
Okay. Why is she laid down? Is she drunk? Is she high?
No, she's just pretty much just laid down like this.
Slouched?
Yeah, just
Okay.
on her phone.
On her phone. Okay. Okay. So he wants to stick around and continue driving around, and you express that you don't have
much gas.
Much gas.
To pretty much be going up and down like that because I have this anxiety driving late at night because of the simple fact, too many times a cop would just turn around and just follow me for a good minute. So I'm like, hey, I'm just going to drop you home, and then me and her are going to go hang out at my place.
Okay.
So he was like, well, we can cruise around for a bit. And then pretty much it took a turn when she started arguing with him because he was like, you're being a little bit too bitchy because she was complaining about the song and shit. And I was like, hey, man, chill the fuck out.
Okay.
So then all of a sudden, he was like, he noticed one park, let's go to it. And I'm like, where is that? He said, Cherry Hill Park. And I'm like, that's literally close to me. And he was like, yeah, let's go there. So I went there. And then there was this other car that was parked there, and he was like, yeah, there's people here. Let's go to the other one.
Okay.
Morgan
Creek?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he just was whispering something to me. And I was like, what are you whispering? And he pretty much was just whispering something, and I was like, I don't know. And I'm like, so what are we doing? So then he was like, can I talk to you for a bit? I'm like, okay, talk. And he was like, no, by yourself. So I said, okay. And I'm like, why can't you talk to me here while she's here? She's like, and he was like, because I don't want her to hear. So I'm like, well, she's in here, so you might as well spill it. So then he stepped outside, and he took a piss, and then he came to my driver's side, and then he knocked on the window, and I opened the door and like, what's up? And then that's when he was like, get out. And I was like, okay. And that's when he had a gun. He had a gun in his hand, and I was like, where did you get a gun? And he was like, it's his brother's 9. And I'm like, what are you going to do with that? And he was like, don't worry, just shut the fuck up. So then she was in the back. She didn't know what was going on. And then he told me to go walk, tell her to get out. And then I was still asking, like, hey, man, like, what's going on and shit? And he was like, just do it. So then I let her out, and then she was like, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. He told us to get out. And then he asked me for my keys, and I gave it to him. But there's this other pair of keys that was by the door, and he pretty much didn't know it was there. So when he said both of us to get out, and then he told me to pop my trunk. So I popped my trunk, and then he told me to get the duct tape and duct tape her hand. So at that point, I thought it was all a joke, you know. I thought it was literally all a joke. And he was like, just duct tape her hand, trust me. And then I was like, no, I'm not duct taping her hand. And then he took the gun, and then he put it to the side of my head. And he was like, just do it. And then I just duct taped her hand, and then she was asking me what's going on, and I was like, I don't know. And then we sat there for a bit, and then she was in the back seat, and then she was like saying, babe, what's going on? And then he was just saying, oh, she have money. I was like, no, she don't. She's like, yeah, she have money because she's willing to spend all that money on you and this and that. I'm like, that don't mean nothing. She doesn't have money, so she doesn't even work. And he was like, well, we made it this far, so we might as well continue. So I'm like, nah, bro, this is crazy. I'm about to get out the trunk, and I'm about to take you home and pretty much just stop because you're doing too much. So then he started to get aggressive. Because I'm trying to figure out where he got this gun from, because he's only 18 or 19. Mm-hmm. So he said, don't worry about it. It's his brother's 9. That's what he said. He said, it's his brother's 9. So then she in the back seat, and he told me to drive. And he pretty much like kept saying go to a park or this lake somewhere in Marion. It's called Hannah. I don't know exactly because I'm not familiar with Marion. He's like Hannah Creek or pond like that, he was saying. And pretty much I was like trying to talk some sense into him to like just leave this alone. And he was like, no, because if we do, she's going to tell. If we pretty much let her go, she's going to tell. I'm like, no, she's not. So at the same time, I'm trying to talk my way into pretty much telling him to relax and just leave this alone. He had second thoughts. So then, when Mel in the back, he'd kick him, and he turned the music up so he don't hear her. And then she kept kicking. She was like, let me go, this isn't funny. And she was like, babe, this isn't funny. And I told her, I don't know what's going on. He has a gun pointing at me. And she was like, you guys are fucking assholes. You guys are playing. And then he told me to pull over. And then when he told me to pull over, my seat from the back is pretty much latch unlocked, so you can just pull it down. It'll lay all the way down. So you move the seat all the way back. And then he moved his way in the back, and then he just started hitting her and punching her. And then I was like, screaming, Dakota, what the fuck you doing? And then he was like, she's being a bitch. She's acting like Kia. And I was like, what do you mean she's acting like Kia? And he was like, she's acting like Kia. I told the bitch to shut the fuck up. So then it was like, we done made it this far. Like, we got to do it, because if we don't, we're going to jail. I'm like, Dakota, I really don't care. Just please let her go. And then he took her phone, and he handed it to me. He was like, put the password in the phone. I'm like, I don't know her password. And she was like, he was asking Mel, what's the password? And then she didn't want to tell him. And then he kept hitting her. And she was like, okay, I'll just give it to you. She gave it to him. And then he put the password on his phone and in his folders so he can remember it. And he handed me the phone. He was like, reset it. And I was like, I can't reset the iPhone. He just said reset it. And the same time I'm driving, he's pointing a gun at me. He's like, reset the phone. I'm like, I can't, because it's not my phone. I do not know how to reset an iPhone. So then he was like, well, try to delete her photos and what's not and turn her location off. Because as he's hitting her, he stopped. He was like, she said, you know, my mom can see my location. And then when she said that, I remember her. She does have her location on. So when he told me to turn it off, I turned one location off, but I left the other one running, and he didn't know.
Okay. Which one did you turn on? Which one did you leave off?
I turned off the Snapchat, and I left the Live 360 on because that's constantly running.
Okay.
So I said, here, I tossed the phone back at him. He said, okay. And he said, is all the location off? I said, yes. And I was like, bro, can we just stop? And he was like, no, we gotta go. We gotta keep doing it because if we don't, then you already see she's bleeding like that. She's going to tell. I'm like, well, I don't care, dude. If she tells, she tells. But I don't want to be involved with this. And he was like, trust me, my boy. Just trust the process. So then he was like, let's drive around for a bit until we find a spot. So what I did was I pretty much tried to get any attention by any like vehicle that was on the street by driving, pretty much breaking as an SOS signal. Well, like nothing was working. There wasn't no cop on the street or anything, and I like intentionally speed a bit so hopefully I get pulled over. Cause she talking to me, I'm trying to like tell her to calm down. I'm trying to talk to him, and she's trying to talk to me, and I'm trying to talk to him. So it was like everybody was talking simultaneously. So like, I pretty much ran back to Marion. And
from where?
From Martin Creek Park.
Okay.
Yeah, I went back to Marion, and I went closer to her house, so that way I can give her mom a clue, like her daughter is nearby. Because I turned the location on right back after. So then, when her mom was texting, he was like, who's that texting? And then it says, big fat llama drama. And he was like, who is that? And she said, that's my mom. And then he took the phone, and he started texting the mom, saying, she's on her way to open the door.
Right.
So I'm like trying to like pretty much tell him like, yo, just stop, bro. Just let her go. Just let her go. She in the backseat crying and calling my name. I can't do nothing because he's sitting in the front seat with a gun, and he has the phone. I didn't have my phone because he told me to drive. I couldn't reach to my phone. So my phone fell in between the seat.
But your phone was in there?
My phone?
Yeah.
My phone was there.
Okay. Okay. So he starts texting her mom.
Yeah.
Like, on my way, open the door, etc.
I'm on my way, and this and that. And I pretty much like try to give the mom like a clue, hinting like we're near the apartment, and the mom was like pretty much saying, well, the door is unlocked, and he was like, you ready? And I said, I'm not going nowhere, I'm going to let her go. And then he was like, you know what, I'm starting to trust you, because the minute I will go over there, you're going to untie her and let her go. And I said, no, I'm not. So then we sat there for like a bit, and he kept texting the mom, and then I was like, please, bro, just put the gun down. So then when we went to this apartment, he seen cops like just randomly driving towards us, and then there was one cop with their lights on coming basically towards our direction. So he was like, drive away, and I'm like, where? He's like, just drive away. And then I drove away, and he was like, let's go back to Cherry Hill or Martin Park Creek. So I was like, bro, I really don't have the gas and time to be doing it. Just let her go. She's already home, bro. I promise you she's not going to tell. So I said, Mel, are you going to tell? She said, no, I'm not going to tell. So I'm like, see, she's not going to tell. Just let her go or some shit. And then he was like, well, we can't let her go because if we do that, then we're both fucked because she's gonna snitch on both of us. I'm like, I don't care if she snitched. I didn't do her anything. And then he just was like, well, hold on for a minute. He was like, just cruise around for a bit. So we were just driving, and he was just on his phone trying to look at parks and nearby parks. So then Mel was in the back, she's talking to me, and she was like, I gotta pee. So I said, bro, she gotta pee. And he was like, she can hold it for a bit. And she kept saying, I'm nauseous, I gotta throw up. So then I was like, bro, she's gotta pee, she's gotta throw up, bro. Like, please just let me stop for a bit. And then we stopped by this road. There was no light, there was completely dark. And then we stopped. And then he was like, well, go let her pee. So then I stopped, and then I put the hazard lights on. Once again, hoping any vehicle that ride past can pretty much help, and thinking I need help just to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this one vehicle that passed, but it didn't stop. So I went in the trunk. And then she was like, thank you, I gotta pee. And then I whispered to her, I was like, I'm gonna try to untie you. And then he came out, and he was like, why are we taking so long by that? I thought she wanted to pee. I'm like, I'm trying to help her. She can't get out of the trunk. So then when I got out of the trunk, that's when he pushed her, and she fell on the floor. And then...
Real quick, she was inside the trunk?
Yeah, she was in the trunk.
And what was she doing in there?
She was kicking.
Okay, I thought she was in the back seat.
No, this, I told you, after he told me to get out the car, he told me to tape her hand.
And put her in the trunk. Okay.
And put her in the trunk.
Gotcha. Okay. So she's been driving around, well, she's been in the trunk for how long at this point?
The entire time we're driving. I keep telling him to, like, just let her go. Because in the back of my seat, you can just move the chair towards us, and it'll pretty much open up.
Yeah.
So I was more worried about her breathing there. So I was like, can I please just move it just so I can be able to hear her, just so she can pretty much breathe? And he was like, okay. So I put it down, all the way down so she can talk. She was like, thank you, because I couldn't breathe and it was hot in there. And she was like, Bubby, what's going on? I'm like, I don't know. And she was like, why are you doing this? I'm like, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing anything. I'm trying to stop him right now. And he was like, quit being a bitch, you nagging like Kia. He's referring to my girlfriend.
Okay. So she gets a hold of you, says, I need to pee. You get her out of the trunk so that she can go pee. Does she throw up?
She didn't throw. She wanted to, but she couldn't throw up because of
up.
how hard he hit her.
Yeah. You say that, and where did she hit her? Where did he hit her, excuse me?
I didn't know exactly where he was hitting her. I just noticed when she came out, and I pretty much needed light to see exactly where. Because I parked on the side of the road, and there was like this little steep hill. And I pretty much, when I took her out, she tripped and she fell. And then he got mad, and that's when he started hitting her again. And then I was like, I pushed him off, and then he pointed the gun at me again. And he was like, see, this is the reason why I'm getting tired of you. And then she was like, she really got to pee, can we help her up? So he told me to help her up. So I helped her up, and I'm like, do you got to pee? She was like, she can't because it doesn't want to come out, and she's nauseous, and she want to throw up. So then he went back in the driver's seat, and just was sitting in there, and me and her were outside in the cold next to the car. And then she was like, she can't pee. And then he was like, well, put her back in the trunk. So I said, no, I'm not putting her back in the trunk because she just sit in the back seat instead. That way she's more comfortable. And he was like, okay, but she better be quiet. So I went and I like calmly put her in the back while whispering to her, I'm going to try to take the gun away from him and help you. So then I went and sit in the back seat with her the entire time as he's driving.
So you're sitting in the back seat and she's still in the trunk?
No, I took her out the trunk and I told Dakota to say, hey, I'm not going to put her back in the trunk. Can I just put it inside here so she can just be more comfortable? And he said, okay, he don't care. So she was in the back seat, he was driving, and I was pretty much in the back with her.
Okay.
And then all what he's doing is just saying, we gotta do this, we gotta do this. And she kept pleading to me to help her. I keep saying, I can't because he has a gun. I'm like, I'm gonna try. So that's when I had a pocket knife sitting there, and then I took it, and then he said, what was that? So I said nothing. So
What made him say what was that?
here's the way I flick it out
Okay.
by accident.
And even even while he's driving, he can hear you flick out the.
Yeah.
Okay.
He was like, what is that? I'm like, nothing. I just made up some random shit.
Mm-hmm.
So while I'm sitting next to her and she's crying, like we're both looking at each other, and I'm crying. I'm like, I'm trying to help you. Please don't. Just let me help you and shit. And then she was like, okay. And her face was like really messed up because of how hard he hit her. I really thought he was going. This was just a joke, and it was going to be just fun and games. And then she was like this, and I was sitting like this behind him. But because he's so tall, he took too much room, so I couldn't pretty much move in the back of him. So I told her to turn basically towards me like this, so I could like kind of slowly cut the tape from her hand.
And how did you tell her to turn?
I kind of leaned forward and said, please turn around, so I could cut the tape.
Mm-hmm.
And then she did. And then I tried to cut a piece of tape, but how I taped to her when he told me to, he kept telling me to just keep wrapping it until the tape was almost done. So I couldn't really get the knife in there because I wasn't trying to cut her hands or anything.
Yep.
So it got frustrating because she's in pain, and I'm the one that's causing it because I'm trying to untie, but she's in pain of how she was laying in the back trunk and her arm was like hurting. So I just was like, well, hey, can you pull over for a little bit? He was like, now what? And I'm like, she said she got to throw up. And then once again, we ended up passing this BP all the way in Wayford. And we pulled over.
In the town of Wayford?
Yes.
Okay.
Almost to Amana.
Yep.
So we pulled over there again. Once again, I tried to get attention from any vehicle that was passing, because there was a vehicle behind us. I tried to get attention while they passed. They just rode straight past.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, holy shit. So then I opened.
How did you try to get attention?
I tried to get attention. When they rode past, I kind of waved, but nobody stopped.
And were you guys at the BP in Wayford?
Like, the BP was down the street. We passed the BP.
Okay. Okay.
So the only thing that was that thing was a nearby church.
Okay.
And we pull over there, and I tried to get his attention, but the car that was behind us just drove. Because he was driving fast, I told him to slow down. So then, when I opened the door, she said she had to throw up. And then she threw it up a little bit. And then that's when I had a piece of, I always keep a piece of tissue in my pocket. That's when I wiped her mouth. And then she was like, Bubby, why are you doing this? And I was crying. I'm like, I'm not doing this. He's making me do this. I can't do anything. I can't. And she was like, if you love me, you tell him to stop. I'm like, I've been trying to. And she was like, please don't hurt me. Please don't kill him. I'm like, I'm not doing anything to you. I'm trying to stop him, but he doesn't want to listen. I don't know what's wrong with him tonight. And then he was like, hurry up. And he was like, get in the front seat. And I'm like, no, I'm going to sit in the back with her. And he was like, why you want to sit in the back with her? Just get in the front seat. So I said, I don't want to get in the front seat. I'm sitting in the back of her. And then he made me get in the front seat. He came out and he started pushing me and shit. And he made me get back in the car and drove. So I was driving.
And where's he at when you're driving?
He went back in the front seat.
In the front seat?
Yeah.
And is Mel still in the back seat?
Yeah, she's still in the back seat.
Okay.
She's still in the back seat. I looked back at her and she was just completely silent, and all I could have seen was just her just looking at me. And while I'm driving, I'm just in tears because I'm like, how am I going to get this gun away when he's pointing at me? He's really just pointing at me. So when we got to the pond, he told me to turn the car off and shut off the light. And then he took the keys and had them in his pocket. And then he opened her side door and he pulled her out, and once again she fell. And then he started walking towards this picnicking area because he had his flashlight and we couldn't see anything. I couldn't get my phone because my phone was already in between the seat. So I pretty much still doing the same thing, trying to talk to him. He's not listening, and she's screaming, help, help. And he was like, quit screaming and being a bitch, nobody's gonna hear you. So then when he got there, he got this rope. I don't know where he got it from, but it was a rope. And he was like, put your gloves on. And I'm like, why? I don't need no gloves. Like, what are you gonna do? He was like, put your gloves on. I'm like, hey, can we just leave right here so you can go? Cause I don't want to get involved in what you're doing. He's like, well, you're already in it. We already come this far, so we might as well. If you're not gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. So I pretty much said, hey, like, dude, like, we gotta stop, please. We gotta stop. Because you took it way too far. So then she was like, can she please go? Can she have her phone so she can call her mom? She's not going to tell anybody. So I said, she's not going to tell anybody, promise me that you'll let her go. He was like, he can't. Just trust the process. We already drove all the way here to waste this time and opportunity. Just, if I'm not going to do it, then he will do it. And then he pointed a gun at her. And then she was like, please don't shoot me. And then I was like, bro, please don't shoot her, bro. Please don't shoot her. Just leave her here and let's just go, please. So then he refused. So he was like, put your gloves on and walk with him. So he put the gloves on. I put the gloves on, and then I started walking with him to the picnic area. And then she had her clothes on, and he ripped them. He ripped her shirt, and then he was like, ripped her clothes. He was like, he told me to rip her clothes off. And I was like, what are you going to do? He was like, just rip her clothes off and untie her hand. And then she was saying, she's cold, please. She just want to go home. And then that's when he racked the gun. Like, he racked it, like, let's put it in the chamber. And he was like, he's not playing. So I ripped her clothes. And then she had this necklace that was around her neck. I know what the necklace was. It was her sister's ashes in the necklace. And then he, like, pulled it off. But the entire time he's wearing his glove. So when he did that, she started screaming, that's my sister's. And then he pushed her down and she fell. And then that's when I ran back to the car, because I know I have a second key on the side of the door. I ran back to the car. And I tried to get the key to start the car, but I realized it doesn't start the car because the chip is not in there.
Okay.
So when I ran back to the car to try to get out of there, he came chasing after me. And he was like, what are you doing? I'm like, bro, I'm getting irritated. Like, you're doing too much. And then I pushed him, and then he pushed me. And then we got into a little shuffling. And then she was there. She was pretty much trying to see where she was going, because where he pushed her, she fell. She got up, and she started, like, limping and trying to run away. And then he ended up catching up to her. And then from where I was standing, I can hear, like, what was happening, but I couldn't see what was happening. So, like, I just hear her, like, sound like somebody's being choked. But I couldn't see because after he went after her, that's all I could hear was just choking. I couldn't do nothing because I couldn't get out of there. So I was just pretty much just standing by the car, just like wishing like it would all stop. And then when he came back, he was like, "Do you have any trash bags?" And I said, "For what?" He was like, "Do I have any trash bags?" I was like, "I don't know." And then he was like, "Look, you have some trash bag in the back seat." And then the knife I had, he took it. And then he went over there. And I don't know what he did. And then when he came back, he handed me the knife. And it had blood on it. And he handed it to me. He's like, "Here, hold this, hold that, hold this, hold that, hold this." I'm like, "Bro, where is she?" He was like, "Go over there and see." I'm like, "No, bro, don't tell me you did this." He was like, "Yep." He was like, "If you didn't do it, I was going to do it." So then when he gave me everything, I pretty much touched everything. When I shouldn't, I touched everything. And he was like, "Put it in the bag." So then now, when we left, I kept looking, I kept praying. I'm like, "Please tell me she's alive. Please tell me she's alive." And then we're driving back, and once again, I seen a sheriff parked on the side of the BP gas station on Wilford. So when I rode past, I intentionally stopped by the closed gas station, hoping, once again, the cop would just turn around and just follow us. He did drove, but I thought he was coming in our direction. So I was a little excited that finally help was coming. But he just drove the opposite way. So the entire time he's driving, the entire time I'm driving, he's trying to reset the phone. And kept asking me, "Do I know how to reset?" I keep telling him no, I keep telling him no, I keep telling him no. So then he told me to pull over again. And then that's when he took the bag. And he told me to open the trunk. So when he told me to open the trunk, we pulled over. He was like, after he told me to open the trunk, we pulled over. And then he was like, "Turn the car off." I'm like, "Why?" He was like, "You don't want no cars driving past the stop." So he told me to turn the car off. Then he took the keys again. But I tried to switch the keys out with the other one that wasn't working. But I couldn't really much switch it out because it has my other keys in there. So then he took the bag and he took his glove and put it in his pocket. And then all the stuff that I touched, he told me to put it in the bag. And then he went in the back trunk and he just started shuffling in the back trunk. I don't know what for. He just shuffled it, and I'm like, what did you do?" He said all the stuff that was in the back there, he threw it away. And then he closed the trunk, and I'm like, "Let me go." So he was like, just drive. So I started the car, and I started driving. And he was like, "Just act normal, just relax." And then he just started playing music. And I was like, I don't want to listen to no music right now. And her mom, her phone is in his hand. Mom is texting, and he's not wanting to respond. And he handed me the phone. He's like, "Do you want this phone?" I'm like, "No, I don't want it. I'm not in the mood." I'm like, "I'm really angry at you." And he was like, "What you angry at me for? I told you if you didn't want to do it, I will do it." And then that's when he had her Apple Watch. He had an Apple Watch with all the blood on there. And he kind of pulled the string piece apart, and he tossed it out the window. I know exactly where he tossed it, but to say I can find it, no one will be able to find it. And all the things he pretty much handed me to touch, I didn't know what I was touching. It was just clothes and tape. But I couldn't tell exactly what I was touching. I just felt it. and put it in there. And then when we stopped, he told me he threw the bag away. And then after I dropped him off, like I was panicking because I'm like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And I went home. I tried telling somebody. I couldn't. I woke up pacing back and forth. I tried calling the police, but I'm not really supposed to be contacting no police. So I was pretty much scared. But he was like, if you tell anybody this happened, then I will call my brother and we're going to come over there and we're going to kill you guys. And he put the gun in my hand. He was like, I'm serious. And then he was like, here's $20 for gas. And he was like, that's just a quick start on the way. Just stop there. And then when we got there, before we came with the car, he was like, act normal. So I came out, went to the gas station, and I was looking around, tried to stall for some time, and then I went in the bathroom, and then he followed me in the bathroom. And then he just was washing his hands. And then he said, you ready? So I said, yeah. So then he was like, I said, I need to drink something. I can't get my head around this. So I just went and purchased a Black & Mild, and he was like, yeah, no, pack a cigarette. So I said, do you have ID? He was like, no, he's 19, he's 18, remember? So I said, okay. So I bought a pack of Black & Mild and some cigarettes for him. And then that was it. And then I keep asking him, like, why did you do that? Like, why did you do that? I didn't want to be involved in this. He was like, well, you already are. I'm like, man, we're going to get in some serious trouble. And you should have never done that. You should have just let her go. What you did was completely wrong. And he was like, well, I told you if you didn't do it, I was going to do it. He kept saying before you go home, you got to put his brother's 9 back before you get in trouble. So then, after I dropped him off, I tried to say something. I really tried to say something. I couldn't. So then I fell asleep for a bit, and I just started having nightmares. And that's when I woke up. I woke up first thing I woke up, I was about to leave to come to Marion to pretty much talk to a police officer. And that's when the car was gone. Because I literally woke up 3 times. Because I woke up like so fast in the middle of my sleep. I went outside the first time. I didn't see the car there, so I'm thinking my roommate took it.
Mm-hmm.
And I went back in.
But the car was there all day Sunday.
So what?
But the car was with you all day Sunday?
Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But it was Sunday night going into Monday that you were having the nightmares?
I was having nightmares. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't say nothing.
Okay.
Because he threatened to come over there and hurt Nana and Papa if the cops showed up to his house. To the house he stayed on, his brother's house. He said if they show up there, he knew I said something.
Mm-hmm.
So I just pretty much having nightmares, and I wasn't really pretty much talking. My girlfriend asked me what was wrong. I couldn't say what was wrong. And then that's when I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make this right. And then when I woke up the first time, look outside, the car wasn't there, so I assumed my roommate took it. I said, hey, if you wanted to use the car, all you do is ask. And he was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, the car is gone. He was like, well, I don't have it. And I checked my pocket. The keys are there. So I'm like, he didn't take it. And then my phone alerted me that the car was there, but it moved. And then I went outside again just thinking it was all just me hallucinating. That I didn't see the car. How quick I woke up out of my sleep, just get dressed and hurry up, go outside and just pretty much go to the Marion Police Department and tell somebody what happened.
Mm-hmm.
But then after a while, that's when Nana woke up. She was like, your car is gone. And then that's when they called DARS and said the police have it. And that's when I was like, you know what? Ryan is trying to call me. I gotta say something. I don't want to say anything because I'm more worried about my family safety because he knows where I'm staying at right now and he knows where I actually stay at, 164 Belvedere, because he said his uncle lived a few houses down. So I'm just like, it just hurt like it had to happen like that. If I didn't know that this was going to be the outcome, I would never get involved in this. Because I had no intentions of doing anything like that. All I wanted to do was just hang out and pretty much thank her for paying my phone and pretty much show like, yeah, we're still friends. I just want to hang out, spend the night. That was just it. But he had completely different intentions. Because I'm down there and I can still hear her like begging me to help her, and I kept saying in my head, I'm trying, and I just can't take it.
Okay. It's a lot to unpack there. You don't know Dakota's last name?
He goes by Smith or something like that.
Okay. Smith?
Smith.
Okay.
He don't really say his real name. He says Smith, and then he says another name like.
Jurors, we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break, about 15 minutes. So have a good break. Remember the admonition. We'll see you soon. We're back on the record in FECR 153477. We'll go ahead and resume publishing Exhibit 23B.
Let me just kind of go back through my notes for a second. Like I said, that's a lot to unpack. All right. So is Logan gonna corroborate this that he and Dakota wanted to go mudding with you? When I talk to Logan, because Logan will talk to us, and when I do, is he going to say? Because again, I hate to say this, but at this point, your credibility is kind of trash, right? Given the fact of the long conversation we had just had, when I gave you every opportunity to lay things on the table, and you looked him in the eye to eye, and you said, nope, this is exactly it, this is what I'll swear, and then another hour and a half goes by, and you say, like, hey, wait a minute, I need to double back because I'm worried about these nightmares that I'm having, and I'm worried about Dakota and all these things. Okay, well, now we've got two versions of what happened, okay? So there's a lot that we need to unpack before I get to my bigger questions, okay? So at this point, we really need to get things on the table. So are you telling me that when I talk to Dakota, he's going to tell me that, yes, there was a plan for McKinley and I and Logan. Logan's going to tell me this, that there was a plan that we would go mudding with machetes.
Not with machetes. I brought my machetes, but we had planned to go mudding. I just brought the machetes. I just had the idea to bring the machete.
You just happened to bring a machete?
I just happened to say, hey, we're going to go mudding and camping out all night. I'm going to bring a machete.
And where was that machete at?
That machete, I had it, but they changed their mind, so I just kept it in the car since.
In the car with the guy who had the gun on you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And who were the two guys at Walmart with you when you bought the machetes on Saturday night?
One of them was Dakota.
Okay.
The same one that had the gun on me. I didn't know he had the gun that time because I wasn't thinking anything. I was just supposed to drop him home, and he just happened to have the gun, and I didn't even know. He said he got it from his brothers. It was his brother's 9.
Okay. And you never heard him fire that gun at any time, is that right?
I never heard him fire it. He just racked it.
Just racked it. Did a round fly out?
I couldn't see. It was dark at night, but I just know it was a gun when flashlight.
Okay.
When you flash it, and I seen him holding it in his hand.
Okay. So you're saying that at one point, Melanie's in the back seat, and you're in the back seat there with her, and although, and again, I'm trying to be honest with you, I'm not going to lie to you,
Right.
although Dakota is driving the car and has a gun, he's allowing you to sit with her in the back seat. Here's a noise that he associates maybe with a pocket knife, and you're able to communicate with Melody to the point where you can start trying to cut her free.
Yeah.
And in spite of the fact that you're trying to cut her free, throughout the rest of the night, she keeps asking you, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Yeah, because she thought I was pretty much in it because she was talking to me and I wasn't really saying anything. I was trying not to say anything. But she kept asking me, why are you doing this? I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm trying to help you and shit. And then she just said, why is he doing this? So I said, I don't know. So then when I did try to help her, I accidentally, I think, cut her hand or something because she said, ow. And then that's when he was like, what are we doing back there? And I just made up a lie. I said, hey, can you pull over right quick? And then he was like, why? And then I said, she got to throw up. She's feeling nauseous.
Okay. You were saying, who ripped her shirt? Once you get to the pond near the Amanas, who ripped her shirt off?
He ripped her shirt, and then he told me to rip her shirt off and pull her pants down.
And you did that?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was standing, like, right behind me as I was doing it.
I see. Okay. What is she saying as you're ripping her shirt off?
She was like, please, please don't kill me. Please, please don't kill me.
Okay. You said that shortly thereafter, you ran back to the car and you tried to get away.
Yeah.
And he was just going to let you drive away and leave him there with a dead body?
you know, he had the keys. When I arrived there, he told me to shut the car off. I shut the car off, and he took the keys. But I remember I had another key on the side of the door, but it doesn't have a chip in it. So I still figured it would probably still start the car, but it wouldn't.
I see. And so you just stood by in the darkness. About how far away from where this is going on between Dakota and Melody are you as you start to hear him in your mind sober?
I was like close to the car, and I could just hear it.
Yeah, no, but how far is the car from where they are?
The car is by the pond. There is this photographic thing that's there. That when you walk, you can look into it, and it says no smoking. There's a sign that says no smoking. We was there, and he just walked straight to this picnicking table, and I couldn't see them, but I could hear them. I run from there straight to the car.
Okay. Where did this rope come from?
He brought the rope, I guess, because he pulled it out of his jacket.
Okay. And at any time did you think about just running away?
Running away?
Yeah.
I did, but I didn't want to really leave her there.
But you did leave her there.
He had a gun, man. I couldn't do anything.
You had a knife for a while.
The knife?
Mm-hmm.
He ended up having a knife. I couldn't bring a knife into a gunfight.
Yeah. Again, forgive me, but this is what I'm thinking of, is Dakota's in the driver's seat. Eventually he's going to come to a stop sign, and he's looking that way, and you're behind him with a knife.
There wasn't no stop sign where we were going.
I know that route. There's stop signs between the Amenas and
the only stop sign there was, he wasn't even stopping for no stop sign. He was just going straight through.
Pretty reckless.
Yeah. So I was like, hey, just slow down.
Okay. And so you think that his motive to go through all of this was because he's in the front seat with you, the three of you are driving around, she's getting a little bit lippy, she's bragging about how she can buy you things, and he's whispering to you about
something, but I couldn't hear what he was saying.
Whispering to you, gets out of the car, tells you to get out of the car, and ultimately, what's his motivation to do all this?
He started saying that if we can just go by our mom and get some money, and then that'd be good because we need the money. And I was like, I don't want to be a part of it or anything. That's what I was telling him.
So he went from wanting to drive by Melody's mom's place to get some money to, well, I guess I'm going to have to beat the shit out of her, tie her up with duct tape, hold another guy at gunpoint, and have him assist me with taking her out to a pond 30 miles away to choke her, do whatever else, and then I'm going to make sure that McKinley is the one who handles all of the bloody evidence and hangs on to it. That's essentially what you're telling me?
I didn't know there was anything in my back trunk. He told me he'd throw everything out when we stopped on the side of the road.
You told me about 3 hours ago that you were in your trunk when you got home.
Yeah, I was in my trunk. Well, no, I wasn't in my trunk.
You told me you were.
Yeah, but I wasn't in my trunk. I was only in my trunk when I pretty much, I'm sorry. This was pretty much in the trunk when I looked in there, but I didn't see the bag in there. I didn't see the bag because of how everything was in there. I didn't see the bag, but I just seen like pretty much when I was sitting down and I looked, I see he had a bag, but I thought he'd thrown the bag out, and I guess he just left it there.
Yeah. Mark my words.
But you can call Logan and verify the whole blooded thing.
Yeah, I mean, here's where I guess we're at. This case is about 36 hours old, okay? And everything that we found in that trunk is going to be subject to a thorough DNA look at. And if Dakota was involved in this, we're going to find out. And if he wasn't involved in this, we're also going to find out, okay?
Yes, sir, you can.
Yeah. And so what I'm concerned about is that we have one version of the story that you told me an hour and a half ago. whenever that was. We spoke for about an hour and a half, and then we stopped. And then I'm concerned that things got pretty fucking real really quick. And in spite of your best efforts to cover a few things up, when you're downstairs, you're starting to realize that maybe things weren't right. And when you're having conversations with people like Trevor and telling him not to tell us anything and tell him that we were playing video games all night, that wasn't for covering Dakota's butt. That was covering your butt. This isn't my first case, okay?
I wasn't covering.
And while you and I are sitting here talking, there's 12 other individuals out there piecing the case together. And what I'm really concerned about is, anybody can understand the truth. Anybody. No matter what the truth is, McKinley, anybody can understand what the truth is. But what people cannot understand are lies. And I want to give you every opportunity. If there's a reason for how things went down, I'm guessing it's there. And in the moment, my guess is that there was one set of intentions, and then something got blown out of proportion, and then, oh fuck, I freaked the fuck out, and I need to make this look like something that it's not. And I'm guessing that a lot of the things that you did in the early morning hours of Saturday going into Sunday weren't the typical McKinley. And I'll give you a little story about that. When we first started having this investigation, I had a chance to sit down and talk to Melody's mom. And I said, we talked about everything, former boyfriends, current friends, aunts, uncles, etc., and your name got brought up. And I said, Megan, what did you think of McKinley? And she said, he was a really nice guy. Always, sir, yes, sir, ma'am, no, Melody, don't carry the groceries in from the car, I'll take care of that for you. Okay? That's the person that I think you are. And right now, I think that based on our first conversation and our second conversation, that it's scary. I get it. Have you heard the term the toothpaste is out of the tube?
No, I haven't heard that.
Can you ever put toothpaste back in a tube?
No.
I essentially think that's what happened here. Is that certain things happened and we can't take them back. Okay? All we have left is the truth. I understand why you were apprehensive about talking to us the first time.
Because I was a really nervous man.
I know you were. And I understand why you wanted to reinitiate and try to make this as right as can be. But I'm telling you right now, this is not my first case, and I'm not the only one investigating this. We've got a whole crew of people. And as you're telling me this second account, I'm thinking, how does this jive with other information? And it doesn't.
Because Ryan, man, I'm telling you, he had a gun. He literally had a gun. I didn't know he had a gun. He had a gun. I could have kept the same story straight from the beginning, but I was so scared. I'm like, I don't know. Like, it was just so much to process. He had a gun, I'm telling you. Logan had plans to go mudding, and he asked. So I said, if we're going, he said, we're going to go mudding, and we're going to be out for a bit. I'm like, well, if we're going mudding and camping, I got my machete.
Can I tell you what I think?
Yeah.
I think the version that you just told me is probably about 50% true. There's a lot of truth in there, but right now you're hoping that given a lot of that 50%, that we'll start to not look at the other 50% that just doesn't match up.
I'm not saying that, sir. I'm just telling you what happened.
I'm telling you right now, we will go look into this, okay? But what I don't want is to leave this room, and say, for example, this might be the last time we talk. We leave this room, and I go out there and I meet with other investigators and I compare your timeline and your account and your information with every other thing that we have and think, fucking McKinley, he told me he was telling me the truth. It doesn't line up.
Ryan, I am telling you the truth, right? He had a whole gun, Ryan. I wouldn't make this up.
Yeah. The part that I have a real problem with is your involvement in this. The fact that he may or may not have been there throughout this or may not have used a knife, I get that. But the idea that you're just some hapless guy that happened to be there that's in the back seat trying to cut her free, I don't buy it for a second. Because it doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense that a person who's holding you at gunpoint would look straight that direction and allow you two people to sit in the back while you're cutting her free after he just beat the shit out of her.
He didn't know I was cutting her, Ryan.
McKinley, this is a small vehicle, okay? We are past that point of understanding, like, all that sort of thing.
I'm telling you exactly what happened, man.
I just don't believe that that matches up with our case facts. And I'm telling you right now, okay, I can tell you were nervous the first time we talked. I can tell you're nervous the second time we talked. I want this to be an opportunity for you. Whatever the truth is, believe me, I've heard worse. Okay? Whatever the truth is, McKinley, anybody can buy the truth. Anybody. I've heard worse. Whatever the truth is, let's get that out on the table so we don't have to send you back to wherever you're going and stress about, oh gosh, did I make a mountain out of a molehill? Did I make this worse than it needed to be? Should I have just come to the table for the first? And I can see that you're getting emotional right now because you know this is true. I know you're getting emotional right now because in the back of your head you're thinking there's this one thing back there that I haven't talked about that I wish I would, but it's difficult. It's like tearing off a Band-Aid.
I'm telling you everything what happened. I couldn't do anything. He had a whole gun. I didn't know he had a gun. I didn't. I tried to help him out. I couldn't do anything. She kept asking me, why are we doing this? I told her, I'm trying to help you. Like, I couldn't do anything, man. He had a whole gun. I didn't know he had a whole gun. He just told me he got it from his brothers. It's his brother's 9. That's what he told me.
It's just really hard for me to wrap my head around, McKinley.
That's what I'm saying. It's just a lot. Like, yes, you said Sunday could have come in and say something, but I was just like really like paranoid. I'm like, man, I'm going to get in trouble for this. Like,
How on earth, if that's the actual truth, how on earth could you get in trouble for this?
cause I couldn't just come and say, hey, I killed somebody or see.
Did you kill somebody?
I did.
You just told me you did.
No, I said I couldn't just come in and say, hey, I killed somebody, or I got involved in watching somebody get killed. Like, I just couldn't. This is the first time I was put in this position where somebody has a gun pointing at me, man. I gotta hear it and see somebody die.
At any point did you think about when you're outside just turning and running? Or getting into a physical altercation with this guy? I've never met Dakota, but I'm guessing you could take him.
I can take him, but not with somebody holding a gun and pointing at me.
I'm guessing he wasn't holding that gun at your head the whole time.
No, he was literally standing behind that all time with the gun in his head telling me to hurry up and telling her to shut up. This is what I'm saying to you, right? I'm not lying to you, man.
This is where I have some issues with it. Is that the crime that was committed upon Melody was a very personal crime. Okay? It takes someone who's got some real beef with Melody. Some real issues with Melody. Let me finish. Real issues with Melody. And if you're telling me that the motivation was the fact that Dakota was whispering to you about getting some money out of the mom, and then things just escalate to the point where we're going to tie her up, beat her up, take her out to the middle of nowhere, a spot that you're actually familiar with, leave her there after she's been, in your words, strangled, stabbed, and then it just so happens that you're the one who has to handle all the evidence and maintain the evidence. That is difficult for anyone to accept as truth. So here's what we'll do. Have some more water. I need to take a break and meet with other investigators to discuss this. Take a few minutes, chill. I'll be back, okay?
I don't even want you to leave right now, man. I just really need somebody to talk to believe me, man. I didn't have no real beef with this girl. No, none whatsoever. We literally talk like normal people on the phone. I had no beef with this girl.
Okay, then why are you going around telling Trevor and other people to lie?
I wasn't really trying.
Why is Nakia so worried about her phone?
You said what?
Why is Nakia so worried about the phone that she has?
Why is she so worried about it? Because she don't know what's going on.
There's a lot of people out there that it seems like you've been doing some covering in the last 24 hours.
No, I haven't been doing any covering. Pretty much, I just stayed quiet. I was like shut down. Since that whole incident, I was literally shut down. People, I'm in the hospital like, why are you so quiet? Like, what's wrong? Like, are you crying? I'm like, no, I'm okay. I was just shut down. I was
And
just
that's what
shut
the
down.
law say.
They can pretty much say I've been really quiet and pretty much distant lately. Like,
When you told me 2 hours ago that you get home and Nakia says that she needs a blanket, so you go into the trunk, and you see a green bag in there, how do you explain that?
at that point, I was just scared, and I just was throwing everything out there I can to pretty much not look guilty. And I know the way it looks right now, but what I'm telling you is exactly what happened.
I'm just not there yet.
I know it's hard. I know it's hard.
I'm just not there yet. There's just too many problems with this, and that's just me talking. That's not some.
Investigator, right? That's Ryan talking.
Yeah, that's just me who's been sitting here. And believe me, as a person, I genuinely like you, but I just am looking at you like you've got the mountain. You're carrying the world on your shoulders, and you haven't quite just unloaded it yet. So I truly do need to use the restroom. I'm going to go do that. I will be back in about 5-10 minutes, okay? All right. I know you said you didn't want it in, but I've got a guy going to get a couple sodas and maybe a sandwich from Quick Star as we continue, okay? All right, so a couple things. I mentioned this before, and I don't know how deep we went into it, but let's talk about Logan. When did he fall off this whole path?
What do you mean?
Well, he's at Walmart with you in Dakota when you buy the machetes.
Yeah.
So when did he go a different direction than you in Dakota?
I dropped him off before I picked up Trevor, because him and Trevor don't get along.
Okay. And so you were at Walmart Saturday night with Dakota and Logan at 10 o'clock at night. Okay? You bought 2 machetes and you bought sets of gloves. So you told me why you bought the machete was for this muddy camping trip. Why are you buying gloves?
Dakota said to.
He told you to?
Yeah, he didn't tell me why. He just told me to buy them, and for the machete part, pretty much he wanted one where he couldn't get it because they required an age verification when you scan it out. So I just pretty much got mine, and he told me to get some gloves. I told him what for. He said, "Trust me, just get some gloves."
Okay. Okay, so all he said was that he needed gloves and a machete that he couldn't buy because he wasn't old enough and you needed age verification, so you bought them for him?
Yeah, he handed me the money, so I just paid for it.
Cash? Okay. What reason did he say that he needed gloves and machetes? 2, to be exact.
Well, I don't know.
So you just buy machetes for
I mean,
17 and 18-year-olds without, or 19-year-olds without a reason why?
I mean, because we always pretty much going somewhere, so he just said, "Hey, why not?" Because when I had mine, so it was like, "Oh, where did you get it from?" I'm like, Walmart.
Okay. So he told you that you guys needed to go to Walmart,
Yeah.
but he wasn't old enough to buy a machete, and so he told you to buy 2 machetes and gloves?
I had my machete
Right.
already. Because when he seen mine, he was like, "Where'd you get it from?" I said, "I got it from Walmart for like $7." He was like, "Oh, that's nice." And I was like, "Yep." And then when we ended up going to Walmart, I ended up showing them exactly where they were and told them they were like $7.
Mm-hmm.
So he said he's grabbing one. So I said, okay. So then when we went to the front, he's like, oh, I can't pay for it because they're going to ask for ID.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, oh. So I said, it's all right. I can probably pay for it. So when I scanned it, it asked for age verification. So I called the Walmart worker, and he pretty much just verified it.
How did he verify it?
He asked how old I was. I told him 23. And then he just scanned his badge, and then he just...
I see.
So,
Okay. Okay. And you never asked Dakota, other than the fact that Dakota said it was sweet. He said that he wanted you, and why did he need 2 instead of 1?
the other one was for Logan.
Okay. What about the gloves?
The gloves, I don't know why he took the gloves. I didn't really ask. I just said, okay, well, like, these gloves are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, yeah, we should just get them. So he said, trust me, just get them.
Okay. Trust me, just get them. That's what he said to you?
Yeah.
And what was your reaction to him saying, trust me, just get them? And mind you, this is at 10 o'clock on Saturday night, a matter of hours before your former girlfriend is killed. And when he says, trust me, just get them, what are your thoughts?
I just said, well, like, how much is it? And he said those were like 12. I'm like, I'm not buying those gloves for another $12. I said, we don't need gloves. What you need gloves for? We just need the machetes where we're not going to be like out long and shit. Like, this is just, now it depends on how long they're going to be out for. And he was like, well, just trust me, just get them. And that was it.
I see. And at this point, are you still planning on going camping?
At this point, no, not really. I was just pretty much just giving everybody rides to places.
Yeah, I just don't, like, trust me, just get them. I don't.
Like, pretty much, I don't leave the house until, like, somebody say, hey, I'll give you a few dollars for gas if you take me such and such. So that's the only time I will leave the house.
But when he says, I know these are expensive, but trust me, just get them. What?
I said, no, I'm not paying that much for no gloves. So he ended up finding some other glove that cost, like, $2.
Yeah, but why is he getting gloves?
I really didn't know.
Okay. When was the Apple Watch ripped off?
When he came back, I seen he had it in his hand, and he was telling me if I know how to reset it. I kept telling him no, and he kept handing me the phone saying reset it, and I kept telling him no, I don't know how to. I don't want to be involved in it. And he kept asking me, are you mad at me? Are you mad at me? And I wasn't really saying anything. So
I'm sorry, back up. Where are you guys at geographically? Where are you at when the phone, the Apple, not the phone, but the I misspoke. Apple Watch. When was that ripped off?
that night,
Yeah, I know that, but where were you guys? Where in the night was it when it got ripped off?
we was by between Nordstrom and General Mills.
Oh, so it's still in the Cedar Rapids area when that got ripped off?
Yeah. No, I didn't know he had it until he took it out of his pocket and was like, look what he got. And there were like her blood all over it. And he like ripped pretty much the the wrist part.
The bands, yeah.
Yeah. And then he tried the same password for her phone on the watch, but it was the incorrect password.
And is this on the way back from the Amana or on the way to the Amana?
On the way back from the Amana.
On the way back, when you're near General Mills, he takes her Apple Watch out of his pocket. It's got blood on it. He rips the bands off, and what does he do with the actual watch itself?
He was trying to put the password in, but the password that he wrote down in his phone for her phone, it wasn't working. Because when she told him the password, he went on his phone and he saved it in his phone.
Mm-hmm.
So when he had the watch and he ripped the bands out, he threw the bands out the window, and then he was like, we can get some good money from this phone. And he was like, oh, if I didn't know the password to the Apple Watch, you could have gotten some good money and taken it to the pawn shop. So I kept telling him, like, why did you do that? Why did you do that? And he was like, because I told you if we didn't do it, I was going to do it. And he was like, we come this far, so we had no choice. I'm like, we had a choice. You could have just stopped, but you wanted to keep doing extra shit. So the whole time he was like, don't worry about it. Nobody's going to find out nothing.
Okay.
So then he had the watch in his hand and then kind of rolled a sleeve in his hand and he kind of like wiped it and he just tossed it out the window.
Okay. And you said you know exactly where it is?
It was there, and I can't tell you exactly where it landed, but where it was thrown, it was like pretty much between Nordstrom and General Mills.
Nordstrom and General Mills, okay.
Like on the side of the street or road.
Okay. So you said that, I'm sorry, where did you say that you took Logan, or you dropped him off after you and Dakota and Logan leave Walmart with the machetes, and that would have been 10 o'clock. I mean, that's on video, that's confirmed. 10 o'clock on Saturday night, you three leave. What happens to Logan?
I took Logan back to his grandmother's.
And it was just you three in the vehicle? You,
At the
Dakota,
time.
and Logan, when you take them back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then timeline-wise, how long did it take you to get from Walmart to Logan's grandmother's place?
Well, from there to the grandmother's place, it's like 15, 19 minutes.
Okay, 15, 18 minutes or so? Okay. So you would have gotten to Logan's grandmother's place around 10:20, give or take. From there, it's just you and Dakota inside of your car?
Yeah.
Okay, where do you go from there?
I went straight to Robbins to Trevor to go and pick him up, and we sat in the parking lot.
So you picked up Trevor, and Dakota still with you?
Yeah.
And the three of you sit in the parking lot where?
At Trevor's job.
And is that the one at Lebowski's?
Yeah.
Okay. So you sat there for how long?
I sat there until Trevor got done, which was probably like about 20, 25 minutes.
Okay, so just you and Dakota are out there in the parking lot waiting for Trevor to get done. He gets done, comes out, now it's the three of you in there?
Yeah.
And so now we're almost to 11 o'clock p.m.
No, because he gets off at 11.
He gets off at 11, so he gets off at 11, he hops in with you guys. Where do you guys go from, the three of you go from Lebowski's?
I took him to his house.
And is this the one on, where does Trevor live?
Like right up the street from his mom.
Okay. So you took him to Trevor's house. Then what?
And then after that, I had Mel had texted me and said, "Are you on your way?" So I said, "Yes, I'm on my way." And she said, "Are you staying here tonight or what?" I said, "No, I can't stay there. You're gonna have to spend the night with me at my house." She said, "Okay, just let her know when I'm on the way."
Okay.
So pretty much, we was pretty much on the same like distance from her, instead of having to go all the way across the highway, across town to drop Dakota and then come back. So I just decided one trip, pick her up.
Did Dakota ever ask to be dropped off at home?
No, he just was like, let's ride around for a bit. You don't want to go home yet. Let's just ride around for a bit. And I kept telling him, hey, I don't have gas. And he was like, don't worry, we're not going to be out long. Just drive around for a bit.
Okay. So once you guys leave Walmart, you and Dakota are with each other until you guys return to Cedar Rapids and you drop him off, right?
After we left Walmart.
Yeah, I take that back. You guys are together, you, Logan, and Dakota, right? You go to Walmart at 10 o'clock, you get the machetes. After that, you drive back to drop off Logan at his grandmother's place. From there, you and Dakota go to pick up Trevor at work. He gets off at 11. After that, you drop off Trevor at the house, and then you and Dakota start heading towards Melody's. And then the three of you are together for the next, would you say, several hours?
Yeah, because when she got in, we started like talking and pretty much, just touching each other and stuff like that.
You were touching each other?
Yeah, like she was sitting in the back, so I was just like rubbing her thighs. She was like rubbing my head while I was driving. Saying I miss you.
I see. Okay. So you guys were together this whole time. Where did you drop off Dakota afterwards?
I dropped him off at this apartment.
Okay, which apartment?
Somewhere in Mary. I don't really know it. It's a friend of his apartment.
Friend of... I thought you said that he needed to get the gun back to his brother's place.
That's what he said. He said you need to get the gun back in the morning before his brother finds out it's not there.
Okay.
But he just said, just drop him over there instead. He'll find a way back to his brother's before he gets off work or something like that, he was saying.
Okay. But you don't know what the name of the apartment is?
No, it's a 690 Marion Drive, I think, something like that.
690 Marion Drive is where you dropped off Dakota? And about what time did you drop him off?
Like at, I think 2:30 or 3 o'clock, when I know it.
3 o'clock on the dot. Okay. What ultimately happened to Melody's phone?
Oh, that part, the phone. He tossed it out the window.
He did?
Yeah.
Okay. Where did he toss it out the window?
He was trying to reset it and watching videos on how to, because he has an Android. And he was like, how do you reset? I told him, I don't know how to reset nothing. And he kept asking me, why are you mad at me? I'm like, because you know what you did. And then he was just pretty much, well, what are you going to do with the phone? He was like, I can keep it, but they're going to track it. So I was pretty much not paying attention to him. So when we was getting on our interstate, we was merging in, he just put the window down and he just tossed it.
And this was just before you guys went to Quick Start?
I think, yeah.
Okay. When you're standing by the car and you're down at the Amana Pond in the dark and you're standing by the car, I don't know if you said about how far are you standing from where Melody and Dakota are at? How far? Are we talking 15 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet? What are we talking?
Like, we walked.
I mean, you said it's close enough to where you could hear what sounded like choking.
Yeah, because it was pretty quiet out there. So we walked there. I was walking behind her, and he was walking behind me, and he was like, "This is a good spot." And then he was like, "Rip her clothes off." And I was kept for what? And then he just was like, "Just do it." So then I ripped her clothes off, and he was like, "Here, hold this." And then I couldn't see exactly what I held. He just said, "Hold this." It was her clothes. He said to hold this. After I took it off, he picked it up and said, "Hold this."
So you rip off her clothes.
Yeah, after
He picks them up and then says, "Hold this" with the clothes.
Yeah. So then when he was like, "Are you gonna do it?" I'm like, "Just please, bro. Like this, we don't gotta do this." He was like, "Well, I'm gonna do it if you don't want to do it." So then I started panicking because she started to scream. And then I was trying to tell him to stop, and then I just ran away, tried to go to the car. And then I managed to go to get to the car. Like I said, the car was in between pretty much the no smoke sign and this other sign that pretty much tells you exactly what park it is. So I ran there and I opened the door, and then I rubbed my hand against the door where I have my keys. And I got it, and then I tried to start the car. It wouldn't start, but it would just crank. So it's pretty much a dead key with no chip in to start the car. So then he came back. He was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "Bro, I don't want to be in this. Like, I just want to go home. Like, can I please go home? I don't want to be in it." He's like, "How am I going to get back?" I'm like, "I don't give a fuck. Can I please go home?" So he was like, "No, we can't leave her. We can't leave her right here like this. Because she's gonna tell us somebody find her." So then he ran back to her, and she started to like walk away after he pushed her, and she probably got up and she started walking away. And then I stood outside the car. I couldn't pretty much see everything that was going on, but I could hear her like screaming and try to fight him off or something. And he just was like, grunting real loud and shit. And then he ended up coming back, and then he came with the clothes and the tape that was that I was trying to cut off her hand. He came back with that, and that's when I seen the blood on the tape and stuff like that. And I was like, "What did you do?" And he was like, "Don't worry about it. She's not going to be a problem no more." And then he put the clothes towards me, and he was like, "Do you have anything we could throw this away or anything?" And then he looked in the back seat. There was like 3 bags, like I said. And then he went around and then opened the door and then opened the bag and told me to put them in there. And then he told me to open the trunk, and then he put it in the trunk. And then I went in the car, and then he came in, and he handed me the keys. And he was like, "All right, let's go." So then we left. So as I was driving, I seen a cop car just sitting close to the BP gas station, and I know it closed at 10 or 11. So I purposely stopped there. Like, I literally just stopped there just to try to get the attention of the cop that was sitting there. Because, like I said, the BP is, right by the BP, there's a sign that says 45, like in Wilford. So when I seen the cop sitting like this, like the head's facing this and we're coming this way, so when I passed him, I purposely turned towards the gas station and like went to next to like a pump.
What do you got going on your
I'm
finger?
sorry, that's just a rope.
Can I see it?
It's just a rope, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Where'd you get that? Oh, okay. I don't want you to hurt your fingers. Whose idea was it to go to the pond in the Amanas?
It was his idea.
And what did he say about going there?
So let's just go there. let's go for a drive a bit. He knows a pond up there. And I said, oh, I know that pond because I used to work around there. He was like, okay, let's go there.
So you gave him the idea of a pond?
No, he said, let's go, let's drive around for a bit. Let's try to find somewhere where nobody gonna really find her.
And you suggested the
No,
pond?
I didn't suggest the pond. After he said that, then he said, let's go. I know a pond, like a park that's like somewhere up there. And while we were driving there, I was like, oh, I know this spot because I used to work up the street from it. It's like whirlpool.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, yeah, that's where we're going. So I said, that's where we're going? He was like, yeah. But I kept telling him, hey, I don't have gas for all this. Let's just turn back and just let this be. I'm like, I can take her to St. Luke's. I can drop you off. I can take you to St. Luke's. And if she tells, she tells. Because I didn't, like, you doing this stuff for no reason. She was like, she needs some help. I'm like, yes, but I'll drop you off. I'll take her to St. Luke's and I'll stay there with her and we won't say nothing. And he was like, be smart about this. I'm like, I am being smart about this by telling you what, like, let's just leave this alone.
Which Quick Start did you two go to and go into and wash your hands and get cigarettes on the way back into town?
I went in the Quick Start is, okay, you see, there's this hotel on Blair's Ferry that's called Quality Inn.
Okay.
Right up the street there's a Quick Start, and I think further down there's a Burger King. To make it easier, I think it's a Quick Start that's close by Target.
Okay. On Blair's Ferry?
Yeah.
And I didn't ask this before, but what was Dakota wearing throughout that night?
He was wearing a black, greenish. It looks black to me, but some might say it's gray or green. He was wearing that, and he was wearing his beanie, his sweatpants, and his shoes.
Okay.
Sneaker shoes.
What kind of sneakers were they?
They were, I think, gray.
I know Nike's, J's, what?
I didn't see them. They were more like regular running shoes.
Okay. Gray running shoes.
And when I went in the Quick Start, he was like, just act normal. And I went in there and I went in the bathroom to pretty much throw up because I was just sick to the stomach.
Did you throw up?
I couldn't throw up.
Okay. And was this before or after he threw the phone out the window? This would have been after?
Yeah, like right when we're coming from, what is this street at? We're coming from Johnson, going straight up the hill to pretty much take the interstate by Fleet Farm.
Mm-hmm.
So you know where that is?
Mm-hmm.
We're pretty next to Randy's dealership,
Mm-hmm.
Honda's dealership.
Okay.
So when we're merging in,
That's where he throws the phone, but it was after that you go to this Quick Start?
yeah,
Okay.
when we're merging in, he got frustrated with the phone, and he just
Trying to reset it?
he just tossed it out the window into a wall.
Mm-hmm.
And then he was like, yeah, your gas is getting low. We should probably go to the gas station. So he was like, here's 20, I got 20. So then he gave it to me. And then I took it, but since the trip, all he been asking, like, if I'm alright, if I'm good, are you mad at me? He pretty much kept saying the same thing. Like, I don't want to talk right now. And then we went there. He was like, bro, it's fine. Just go in there and act normal. Don't make it so obvious like we did some dumb shit. Just act normal. So I went in there, and he was walking close to me at all times. And I went in the bathroom to throw up, but I couldn't. And then he came in, and then he just started washing his hands. And then I just looked at him and walked out. And then I tried to look normal as I can by like pretty much smiling to any stupid thing, just to not look like something happened, and just walk in there like with a happy, smiley face. And I went to the dude, I'm like, can I get a pack of Black and Mild? Because that's when I was really, really stressed because I don't smoke or anything. So like, I was like, can I get a pack of Black and Mild? And like, I was like, kind of like shaking while handing him the money. And then he was like, can you give me a pack of cigarettes? I was like, okay. So he just said which one he wanted, so I just told the guy what cigarette I wanted, and I just paid for it this way.
So from the time you leave, we talked about this before, but from the time you leave Walmart all the way up until when you drop Dakota off at the apartments that you discussed, maybe 690 Marion, around 2:30, 3 o'clock, you guys are together the whole time, right? Okay. When you dropped him off, did he take anything with him out of the car?
He took glasses. Her glasses.
Her glasses?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think her glasses. Yeah.
Her glasses. Okay. So, and that's all he took?
I think that's what was all he took, because when he left, I just pretty much just stopped the car and it was pretty much facing forward. And he just was like, all right, I'll see you later. I'm like, yep. And then he just was like, dude, chill the fuck out. We're going to be good. And he was like, remember, don't say shit. If the cops come here or to my brother's house, then I'm going to fuck some shit up. I'm going to go straight to Nana and fuck some shit up. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. And he was like, we're good. And then he tried to fist bump me, and I just ignored it. And he was like, I'll text you. And then I seen he had her glasses, and then he just started walking to the apartment where he was going.
And did he text you?
Did he text me?
Yeah. He said he was gonna, I'll text you. Did he text you?
Yeah, he said he was going to text me. I didn't. I pretty much had my phone on Do Not Disturb mode all that night, because I didn't want him to call me or nothing.
When was the last time you talked to him?
That's when I talked to him. Last time I talked to him, he just texted me in the morning. He was like, what are you doing? And I said, nothing. And then he was like, go on your phone and look up the news. And then when he told me that, this was like around the afternoon. And he told me that, and then that's when I seen they said they found a body, and that's when I started getting more sick to the stomach, and I couldn't sleep that night, and I woke up like at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was like, no, I'm going to the police right away. But I just woke up, so nobody at the house would know I'm leaving. So I just woke up, so I was going to come straight to here and explain what happened, but then my car wasn't there.
Right. So he sent you a text message saying, look at the news?
No, he called me.
He called you and said that?
He texted me and said, what are you doing? I said, nothing. And then he called me, and then it didn't go through because my phone was on Do Not Disturb mode, so I just called back. I was like, what do you want? He's like, look at the news. And then when I seen it, I got shocked. And then I started like crying a little bit on the phone, but I was in the bathroom, but not enough.
Yeah. And is this your iPhone?
My girlfriend's iPhone.
Okay. And so if we were to look at that iPhone, we would see that he sent you a text message saying, what are you doing? You're on Do Not Disturb. He tries to call you. You call him. There's a call that should be on there. And then shortly thereafter, it should have you on the internet looking at the news.
Yeah.
That'll all be on there.
Yeah, how he did it was he called me off. He called me, but then he shared his screen. Like, do you know like what that is? Yeah.
And so that'll all be on there, on your
No,
phone.
you won't see the part where like he shared his screen.
But we'll see the calls.
Yeah. So he pretty much just was like, look, and then that's when I was like in the bathroom at that time while everybody else was just out, and I was like, why the fuck can you just listen to me and just leave us alone? And he just was like laughing about it. He was like, well, don't worry, we're not gonna get caught. We're not gonna get caught. We just made the news. That's my first time killing somebody, and I got
And that'll all be on that call. It'll be on your call log.
Not him saying it, but not.
I know it's not a recorded call,
Yeah.
but there will be documentation showing that yesterday, while your car was gone, or was it the day before, Sunday, or
Sunday
or
morning.
today?
Sunday afternoonish
Okay, you're having this conversation with him.
while I was in the bathroom.
Okay, and all of that will be documented on his phone and on your phone. Okay. And that was the last time you talked to him?
Yeah.
Okay.
And he just was telling me how her glasses are nice and how he liked them and that they were real glasses. So.
Okay, so he gets out of the car. Now, did I hear you say that at one point when he comes back to you after being there, and you hear the choking sound? What does he all hand you to put in the bag?
He handed me her clothes, the tape that was tied in her hands, and this other tape that has hair on it, and this rope.
Okay. Did he ever hand you any sort of sharp-edged blade?
Sharp edge blade?
Yeah, like a small knife or...
He had that, but then I ended up touching it because when it fell, I picked it up. And I was like, what did you do? There's blood. And then I dropped it back on the floor.
And about how big is it?
It's like a 3-4 inch blade.
Like this?
Yeah.
Give or take? Okay. Did it have a certain color of a handle on it?
Black.
Black, and you touched that?
Yeah.
Okay. And it had blood on it?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was it? That's all he gave you to put in the bag?
I didn't put the knife in the bag. I dropped it where he was sitting. And then he picked it up and then closed it and then throw it in my, what you call it? I forget what you call that. Pretty much right in between my center console.
Okay. So he's at Walmart with you. You buy gloves and 2 machetes for him. What happened to the 2 machetes?
He has his.
But he was with you the whole time.
He has his. I have mine still. Mine is still in the car.
Yeah, but you said he didn't get out of the car with it.
What do you mean?
I asked you what he took out of the car.
Yeah.
You said her glasses, and that was it.
Yeah, but he still has his. He told me he has it, unless he left it in the car. But I don't know if he took it. But all I know he took was something. He had something in his hand, and her glasses.
So initially, and we talked about this, but initially when you drop him off at the apartments there at 690 Marion, you're saying that all he took with him was initially nothing, and then it was her glasses. He winds up talking about the glasses. And now you're saying that he walked away with the machete?
Yeah, because, like I said, if you end up finding it in there in the driver's side, then he left it. But I know for a fact he had his machete, so he probably took it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think he took it. Because mine is pretty much still where I always left it.
Okay.
Because I have mine, and he have his, and Logan have one.
So you tied her up around the wrist per his instructions?
Yeah.
Okay. You said that you got some tape with hair on it. Where did that come from?
That was that's where she was kept talking and pretty much screaming help and trying to kick.
From inside the trunk?
Yeah.
Okay. And how did the tape wind up on her head then?
Tape when we stopped.
Okay. So you stopped.
When we stopped and I tried to help her take when she had to pee.
Yeah.
She said she couldn't pee and she was like screaming help. And then he just got angry and he just pretty much grabbed the tape and he just wrapped it around her and then pushed her on the ground. And then I was like, bro, like you don't gotta do all of that, because like I said, we were on the side of the street. It was like a little ditch, so like if she'd have rolled, she would just roll straight down in the ditch. So like I helped her off and dusted her off, and she was like just doing this, And then I was like, I'm not putting her in the back trunk. I'm gonna just put her in the back seat, and I'll just sit in the back with her. He's like, why do you want to sit in the back with her? I'm like, please, man, I just want to sit in the back with her. And then he was just driving, and just pretty much just speeding. Like he was just speeding. Like he didn't want, even when we came to the stop sign, he didn't want to even stop it.
Well, did he?
He did, because I yelled at him to stop because there was this big trailer like coming from the airport with, I guess, stuff. And I was like, dude, just slow down, stop. And the whole time I'm looking at Mel, and I'm pretty much just like bribing Dakota, like, bro, if you let her go, like, just let me let her go, and we can all sit down, talk about this, and I'll take her to St. Luke's. I'll drop you off and take her to St. Luke's, and we'll all be all right. And then he was like, nah, he can't risk it, because if we do, then she's going to tell right away. So I said, she's not. I promise you, she's not. So the entire time I'm sitting back there with her, I managed to get a hold of the knife, and then I kind of like flick it, and he was like, what was that? I said, nothing, you just too close, and I got no space in the back. So he was like, you want me to put my chair up a little bit? And I'm like, if you can, if you want. And then I kind of leaned over to Mel, and I was like, let me like turn around a little bit so I can untake her hand. And then she shook her head yes, and then when I turned like this and tried to help her, my radio on my flat screen TV that's in pretty much stereo that's there, it was off. Like, what I mean, it was off. You can pretty much turn the screen off so it's completely dark inside the car. But because his phone is connected to the Bluetooth, a notification came in, and then the screen just came on, and he seen me doing that. That's when he was like, nah, you coming in the front. And I was like, bro, I don't want to come in the front.
And she was taped behind her back or in front of her?
In front of her. I mean, in behind her.
She was taped like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And eventually it was around her head too?
Because when he told me to tape her, I just literally did one loop so that way she can pretty much get out. But he was like, what the fuck is that? Wrap it all around until all the tape was gone. And I just do it, and I was like, that's good. He was like, nope, she'll be able to get out, trust me. And then while she was kicking and kicking and kicking, and he was like, well, I'm getting tired of this kicking. And I was like, bro, can we please just stop? And the whole time, like, while my back piece is down, she's trying to crawl out to pretty much get out towards us. And then he ended up going in between my little center console pocket, and there was this pink taser there. He was like, what is it? I said, a taser. And then he took it, and then he tried tasing her with it, but the battery ended up dead as soon as he touched it.
So you've got a pink taser in your car that he tried to taser with?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then she was just like, just screaming and screaming and kicking. And then once again, he was like, bro, she's a bitch, and she reminded me of Kia. And I'm like, stop calling my girl even this, bro. Like, she wanted to get out because she kept saying she's cold in the back. It's cold. Can she at least just get out? So then when she got out, so then while he decided to stop for a bit, because I told him to stop. I was the one that keep telling him to stop. So just stop to the side of the road, and then we were in the back trunk.
Yeah.
When he looked in the back trunk, he was like, do you have anything back there I can tie her, hog tie her with? I said, no, I don't have nothing you can tie her with. And then he was like, all right, get out. So I got out, and he looked in the trunk. There was my this yellow rope, and he tried to hog tie her with it, but he couldn't.
Wait, so what rope did he find?
It was a towing rope.
A towing rope?
Heavy duty yellow towing rope.
Okay, and he tried to hog tie her with
Yeah,
that?
he tried to hog tie so she can stop kicking.
And whereabouts did this take place?
Right when we stopped, almost by the airport on the way
Okay,
to the
almost by the airport.
to the BP gas station.
Okay. So tell me about, I mean, we can agree that you wouldn't want to get anybody else involved in this, right? Not unnecessarily. Okay. So why would you reach out to Trevor and tell him to lie for you?
Because after what happened, I felt so guilty. I'm like, hey, like, I don't know, I'm losing my mind right now. Just, if anything happened, can you just please tell him, like, I was, like, at your place because something happened and I'm not. And he was like, what's going on? I'm like, I'm just saying. Because I wanted to say something, but I couldn't say something.
And you told Nakia that you were busy door dashing?
I told her I was busy door dashing, and I told Trevor that just to say I was with you.
Mm-hmm.
And that was it.
Yeah.
I was confused on exactly like who to tell. I tried to speak up to somebody, but I couldn't.
Yeah. What do you think Dakota will tell us?
Most likely he will try to put the blame on me and say he never had a gun.
All right, jurors, we've reached the end of our day. We're going to go ahead and recess until tomorrow morning. We'll see you back here at 9 o'clock. And hope you have a good evening. Remember the admonition, and we'll see you in the morning.